Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 19th of July 2020. And what a ride we're on, eh? It's a real roller coaster. I hope you're all hanging in, not hanging yourselves, but hanging in there, because folk are getting awfully depressed. And it's going to get a lot worse too, as we're cajoled and threatened into this new system, a system planned long before the COVID idea broke out and was implemented. And we have lots and lots of evidence, naturally, that it was in the planning for many years to bring us to this particular point. We always think that we are somehow part of societal evolution. And it's a crazy idea that you're part of it, because most folk are not part of it. You exist within it, but you really don't, you've no say in how it's implemented, or even what kind of future you would have. Most folk, it's true enough, the bulk of the population go along to get along. It's quite a natural thing to do. But you keep forgetting amongst the people that you coexist with, there are those who often form little bands and clubs, sometimes big bands and clubs, through education, through business, and through their big hobbies of ruling the world. It's a big hobby for a lot of people. And how to get more and more power over the public. And when you merge that with academia and all of the so-called social sciences and psychology as well, behaviorism, etc., and eugenics, which is all ties in with anything to do with humanity, they bring into eugenics naturally. It's awfully important to those that rule the world. And what kind of world that they have planned for the future, when most of us will die off through sterility or simply not having children, at least not live births and so on. And we just will pass away. And they'll bring in their new system, of course, a scientific type of technocracy for a particular period of time. And folk can't grasp that. They always think short term, that if you bring this in, it'll last, and that's going to be forever. No, it won't be. Whatever they're bringing in is going to be temporary as well, and have a fixed lifespan of efficacy to suit the bosses until they go on to the next stage. And that's how they work this out. This is not my idea of it. It's a summary, really, of all the books I've read that they put out themselves at the top. And they've been putting out these books for an awful long time. You can take the basic ones going back to the Rosicrucians as an example, even long before them, in fact, of the idea written in allegorical form of altering humanity and making, gold out of lead, meaning basically getting the base product, which is general humanity, and sharpening them and refining them into a more pure human being. This is how they say it. And the reason it's a degreed system is that it's not meant for everyone, even those that join it at the bottom level, or the Blue Lodge at Masonry, for example. Most folk think it's a self-help club and a camaraderie for men, and partly that's true. But at the same time, as you go up the ladder and really go up and up and up and up, you find out it's very, it's not egalitarian at all. It's very selective on those who get to the top. And even then, if they're good enough, they get on to a much higher degrees above that, because then you're put into places of power. You're especially if you've been really, at the very least, chosen when you were even a teenager, even before that. Some of them, I think, really personally, I really believe it, are bred this way by very careful breeding and selection of partners or whatever, or even just sperm and ovum. This is an old thing that they've been doing for a long time, and they keep harping on about it, that they can create perfect humans if you just allow them to take over the world and allow them to design the perfect humans. They'll take out the bad genes, as they call it, and put more advanced type genes in for intellect and physical health, all that kind of stuff. And all they have to do is to get the compliance of the general public. You see, that's been an awful nuisance that for them for an awful long time. This compliance, it's rightfully theirs. You see, that's how they say it for themselves. They're the ones who run the world, and after all, they have they have members who run the economies of the world, the financing of the world, the chronology of money, and the wizards of cash, you might say. So they have them all on top, and have academia there too with all their sciences and long-winded degrees, etc., on how to manipulate, manage, and control the general public, how to use way beyond public relations techniques that Bernays talked about in Propaganda, his book way back a long time ago, when he was boasting about how they got America into World War I. He was put in charge of a massive team and a big financing to convince the public to just back Wilson and go off to war. And after the war, he boasted about it. They have great egos, these psychopaths. I like to tell you how they fooled you. But he did mention about the subconscious, taking it from Freud, naturally. You can understand that there's a group from Freud, even before Freud, a group really who understood where they were going with the world and how they had a mission, you see. And the mission would be partly to destroy religion. That was a big part, actually. Replace it with science, especially science of the mind, until you would allow them to create a new culture, a new behavior, and new normal behaviors for the general public, which is still going on today. Big time, in fact. Most folk today have no idea that their parents and their grandparents before them were all victims of this big, long agenda that went through the whole 20th century, altering culture, belief, and opinions and everything else, all to suit the ones at the top. And now you're in for the big push, where you're being trained that you're not worth much at all. I mean, you're just another little insignificant drop of water in the big pool. So accept your place and your diminished ability to conceive of what, to actually appreciate what you are, and accept the fact you're lowly nothing. And that's what you're getting taught today, big time, with this mass psychology that's going on. And we're all in it together, wartime attitude that they use, all these slogans they use for wartime. And it rubs out the fact that there's individuals. You're all individuals if you stop and think about it. And you got to stop being part of this giant herd. Once you're into a herd, you obviously have herd management. It's harder to say we have an expert to manage you, the individual. You see, there's a lot of work for them then. And they've got to get compliance tests put out and agreements and so on. They won't get it that way. But when you label everything as a country or the mass, it's much, much easier then to put out the experts that then simply dictate down to you, like Dr. Fauci and others like him, members of his ilk. And so that's how it really works. That's how it really works. It's very simple, really. And it's not new. It's been understood for an awful long time how to do this. And there's never been a time where even with the countless daily and weekly and monthly and yearly surveys and psychology and behaviorism of all the different tests that ran through university students and volunteers and society in general, etc., how to get folk to comply and conform and so on with demands that put upon them, right down to even convincing you to why you're not voting at all, to then who you should actually be voting for. It's all done to you, and using incredible sciences, so that you come to what you think is your own opinion on things, and you go along with it. In fact, you'll argue with folk when they'll tell you, look, this can come from your own mind. It's projected into you with bits and bytes of information, repetition. And literally, if you understand the magic, this is the key to things that they knew way before the French Revolution, and with Kabbalah and the Rosicrucian ideas and the Rosicrucian Manifesto as well, that most folk literally are what they're made by those who rule them. In a true slave society, you would say by those who own you, you see. And the trick in all societies is to convince the public that they're free. And if you're really good at it, they'll believe it. And so it'll be absurd when you say, do you realize you're getting treated like slaves here, and big corporations have made plans to inject you with all kinds of things, not just this COVID thing. And it's been in the works and the planning for many, many years. They won't believe you. They can't believe that anyone would go to that length to fool you, which is precisely why it works. It's your own disbelief, you see. But that's how it's done. That really is how it's done. those who run the world see us as, literally, as I said before, like a huge herd of cattle. And it was rather obvious to me, even reading the writings by many of them at the time, but it was very obvious to me that even in the 1970s, you had this wallow. It's like a wallowing of nothingness. I could say, it's a very hard thing to put into words, but it's where the economies, especially in Europe and Britain and places, felt stagnant. And they were stagnant. But there was also a stagnancy of purpose in society and within individuals, almost a hopelessness in fact. And it was during that era that Margaret Thatcher came out, and she said that there's a generation growing up now who will never see work, like full-time employment, in their lifetime. Get used to it. And the theory that they had at the time, and it's probably still the same, under the general capitalistic theory, was that Thatcher talked about this in this fashion. She said, we need a goodly amount of people unemployed, because that keeps the wages down, you see, because if we're desperate to get work, you can offer them less money. If you've got full employment, then the employer has to literally buckle under and give more and more money to get folk to come and work for them when they've got so much choice, you see. And it's a very simple concept. And during that time, that 1970s era in Britain, during that period of nothingness, this where are we going? Where am I going? Everybody said the same thing, where am I going? It wasn't just that. And of course they were getting drugged then too, and they altered all the laws to do with pubs. The pubs in Britain had opening times in the morning. It was 10:30 to, I don't know, it was 2 o'clock or something. And then they closed, and then they opened again at maybe 5:30 or 6 to maybe 10:30 at night, or I think it was a closing time. Then you're out by 11 p.m. But when Thatcher was in, they decided to open the pubs all day long pretty well. Maybe it should close for a few hours at night or something. But she said it quite honestly, and that's the one thing you could admire about Thatcher. She said, she gave you the reasons. She didn't just simply lie. And she said, it's better to have the youngsters with their unemployment money drinking all day in the pubs and then sleeping, you see, every day, rather than going out in the streets and marching and demonstrating or causing riots. That was as simple, and she said it the way it was. And so they opened the pubs all the time for quite a long time. But there was still a feeling of, I think, lack of purpose. It was like a depression in the air. I used to think of these financial depressions, which Britain was always prone to, because it was, an empire. And the people at home were paying for all the wars and all the debt for all the wars and the debt for all they were still throwing money across the world in these little countries that supposedly ruled. But it was a select few that benefit from it all those years. And that is a fact. That is the truth. And Britain had a big army because they kept unemployment at a good level, and you could always go into the army and get some respect. You get no respect anywhere else if you're unemployed. So yeah, Britain still is throwing out money from the taxpayers in Britain to support a lot of the little places that used to be parts of the British Empire still today. So everybody's broke, including Britain, at least the folk in Britain. And it's going to get a lot broker with all the riots going on too, because it's to be taken down into the dust pretty well. And the dustbin of history, that's the old Frankfurt School idea of it. Destroy everything, the culture, the whole lot, right down to its foundations, that which it stands upon, right down to utter crisis and depression, like financial, etc. And with the COVID, they'll certainly get it, and all the riots I've had too. I say that as opposed to just demonstrations. We know there's communist riots going on, well funded from outside, and the leaders are certainly well paid for their work and all of this. But again, this didn't come from those demonstrating. Demonstrators and those who riot, and they can't think beyond what they're going to loot or what they're going to burn down that day. That's what rioting is about. But those who are at the very top, who plan it and organize it, know exactly where it's supposed to go. And it won't be too long, maybe a year's time, you'll see all the ones who were rioting and arguing, literally turning on each other just to get a scrap of food. That's where it'll eventually go, if the agenda goes the way it's supposed to go. And that's the way it's planned, of course. Of course, the leaders of all these things won't suffer at all. They'll be well taken care of and looked after, and maybe even flown out the countries to safe havens for themselves and so on. That's how things really, really work. You're living through a perpetual war scenario. And this is the present phase of it. It didn't take countries by surprise. You'll hear certain people's names. Now it's almost forbidden to speak their names now, because your social media is completely part and on board with this whole agenda of a complete world revolution, bringing in a new technotronic and technological type society and technocracy to rule it all. They're completely all part of it, naturally, for those at the top. And they want a regulated, obedient society where you'll simply comply. And the beauty of it is, too, through all their tests and their constant, incredible studies are so well done with the internet and all electronic communication. Daily, they add to it with enormous amounts, thousands of gigabytes daily just on information. They don't care so much about the topics, but they're interested in how you think about things, how you're feeling about things. Are certain prompts to vote for this or not to vote at all, or to riot or whatever, to see if you're falling in line with what they want. It's quite an amazing time for experiments, and they got completely free hand today. But if you mention those who are financing it, you'll be completely struck off, and you lose all access to social media. Because you're not living in any kind of fair, real society. You're living under a tyranny. And this is the tyranny that Bertrand Russell talked about. He did The Impact of Science on Society, and a few other books too. One was awfully good about education, how they would train the children from birth into what to believe. He was talking about future revolutionaries of all kinds, actually, which we've watched happening. But he also said that they can make the children, if you get them young enough, and you keep them in a closed group. It's so interesting to watch this happening with electronics, you see, and with the social media, and with school combined. You can literally bring out everything that Russell hoped would happen. Because he said, if you can really get children, and you can separate them from the rest of the world, if possible, then they have a peer group, but you control the peer group. He said that you can make them believe whatever you want them to believe. And you can, if you want to give them enemies, like adults or whatever, because they were doing that in his day too, through communism. They don't trust anybody over 30 and even under that age. They've done it again using social media now more efficiently than he talked about, because literally with flash mobs and everything, and with indoctrination and the websites, big ones put out there for them, catering to them to help them to agitate and feel unruly about things, or get unruly and to be discontented. And they're complete and literally almost an isolated, even though they're all going through the same school curriculums from a very young age, they're cut off from even their parents. Their parents have no idea what they're learning, or maybe they don't even care what they're learning. But they certainly don't participate, and they're being literally weaned off of taking care of your children. And they let the state do it, exactly what Bertrand Russell said. And it's been so effective. Look at it today. You've got youngsters who are ready to kill people, a la Marx, you see, and Trotsky, because they believe, oh my God, you've destroyed the planet, and we may all die in a few months' time or a few years' time because of you. All bogus. But they don't know that. And once you're radicalized to that extent, and this is what the communists know, if you read their own writings, if you win by using those children, you have to eliminate them, because now they're contaminated. Because you can't then bring in a society, the next phase of a society, by using the folk that destroyed the old society, you can't bring them into the next phase because they won't be content with what they're seeing happening then in the new phase. They're not getting their utopias fulfilled, you see. Personal happiness. They actually think they're going to be given like a personal happy pill or something. So it's quite fascinating to see it all coming into being. But yeah, Russell said it, and he said that we'll bring in a system. He didn't say social credit system, but in so many words, but he referred to it in similar words. He said eventually you'll have everyone on some kind of credit system. And don't forget to have mentioned it before, where he mentioned the Technocracy Inc. that came out in the 1930s, where they would the Greys, they're called the Grey Men, by the way, for those who don't know it. Just like the movies and stuff, and the Grey Men that move between systems and they move between countries during the Cold War. The Grey Men, the grey suits, and so on. Well, they had uniforms. It was grey suits. Not quite, in between the platform, you might say, like masonry and the tesserated floor, black and white. So what's in between it is called grey, you see. Nothing's a colour, everything's grey. And black's not a colour, neither is white, technically, you see. So they're the grey men, and these two had come out, and they were going to be a replacement for the systems which we can refer to as republicanism in the States, or democracy in other countries, which again was a joke, because it was never democratic, and it still isn't, of course. But even though the communists used that term as well, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, a democratic republic, you see. And but the fact is, Russell talked about them, you see. And there's no doubt he knew them from 1930s on. They didn't die off and go away. They were kicked out of countries like Canada. And I think Musk's grandfather was one of them. Or maybe his grandfather or father, one of the two. But for being subversive. They were classified as literally subversives along with communism, you see. The communists liked some aspects of it too, because they both had so much in common. A future that would not be democratic, a future where the specialists and those in academia and professors and so on would rule your lives. Again, psychologists and not just social workers at the lower level, but psychologists and then behaviourists and so on. And then there's the biosciences, where they come in and literally make new humans. That's the whole idea in the 1930s of Brave New World, you see. And folk would slap them up, think, oh, that never happened. Eh? Look at it today. You know, people can hire. They can hire. There are guys, like two guys, quite common now, hire a woman and have the sperm inserted one way or another. And again, they can literally have the male sperm spliced between the two men. So they're both fathers of the same child and things like that. This is all normal today. It's quite routine, you see. But things that talked about the 1930s, they went through it all, where it would all go to. And they even had terms for wellness in Brave New World. You'd have your span and so on. But they brought all of it in. And Bertrand Russell also said that he said, and I've mentioned this so many times, that if there's going to be a tyranny, and he saw it would eventually become a tyranny, it didn't matter who it was that was running whatever system, he said he much preferred it would be a scientific tyranny. That's what he was for. He advocated that. But he also talked about this system where you wouldn't be able to complain about anything eventually. He said it too, that the techniques of conditioning the general public were so perfect and perfected that people, meaning sheep, like sheep would be people, you see, sheeple. He said that it'd be as impossible for sheep to complain about the price of mutton as it would for the people themselves to try and change or complain about the system under which they lived. And that's where we are today, with the perfected sciences It's just too easy in real time as things are happening and all this social chit-chat across the world, this massive chatter being analysed instantaneously with billions of algorithms and so on, and categorised. And before an hour or two has passed, everything's put in its own boxes and slots and so on. And countless universities across the world are taking samples and studies and yada, yada, yada to see what works best, etc. It's just incredible what's happening. We have no freedoms at all right now, unless you throw out all the electronics. And even then, you have to really survive in a society where everyone around you is completely hooked into this matrix, you see. And you'll never get through to them. But Russell also said, he said eventually, and here you're down to the social credit system and the universal basic income. He said, everyone will be given credits for like a salary. Not for working. For those who work and for those who don't. You'll all get credits. And they'll simply appear into your bank or your credit bank account. Every week or every month, depending on what they decide. And you are, again, you're going to understand everything you've heard of, like communism, capitalism, the technocracy, the scientific means of controlling societies. All of this all come together in our present system, which they knew would happen. And as I say, they wrote books about it. But Russell said that everyone will be given so many credits per week or per month that there would be no tangible cash as such. And now, of course, you're on electronic, digital cash. But he said that you wouldn't be able to save it up. It'll appear the same day of the month, every month or every week. And if you've not used it all up by the end of the week, it would start off at the same amount again for the following week. You couldn't save it up. And that way they would keep an equality of poverty amongst the general public. And that would stop so much, again, in their mind, complaining or aggression between peoples when they're all getting the same base. Very communistic in a sense. But don't forget, he was talking about the proper folk running your world. People like the proper folk like himself, folk like him. And again, it's so amazing. I remember reading years later from the United Nations on the idea of self-policing. That's what they call it. And by using psychologists and behaviourists and who are all financed by our tax money, it's just incredible. The billions every year across the world, they get thrown out to these parasites. They find ways to manipulate all of us on behalf of the masters. But he said that what eventually the United Nations would be doing, and the United Nations then comes out with the same thing. Yes, self-policing is the way to go. We'll train people in a Pavlovian sense, you see. First instill the ideas when they're very young, and so much so that they'll never really break free. Very few can break free from the initial indoctrination, and that's very, very true. And it's his self-policing. They could change normalities, you see. He didn't use normalities. I've used that before, but that took off. But the fact is, all the social norms, the new normals, you see, the new ideas, the new systems he would bring in of the present reality would be introduced to the general public, and then another present reality, and people would adapt and adapt and adapt into it. If you didn't adapt, and you were angry or you weren't convinced it was the right way to go for you or society, you'd be punished. Now think about this, what's happening with folk getting cut off the net too. But he said you would be punished, and your credits that would go into your account by the state or someone appointed by the state, to be some big banking conglomerate, I'm sure. He said that you wouldn't be able to pay a rent or even buy food then, you see. You'd be punished that way. So totalitarianism has its ways to make things more efficient. That's really what he was getting at. And when there's nobody to complain to, you have to comply, or you're down on your knees, or you starve to death, or you freeze outside. And it's all, and they'll tell you, well, it's not our fault, sir. We give you options, and you could, if you just went along like everybody else, and that's what they always say in democracies, and if you go along with everybody else, these folk are all accepting these new rules. What's wrong with you? And so that's how they always force everybody into the same system, or they punish you by using everybody else's. Whenever you see something as being temporary or voluntary to start with, that's what they mean by that. Once you have a magic number, it's just too efficient to allow the stragglers behind to have a separate system, and they're using cash or whatever it happens to be. So therefore, we're making it mandatory now. And that's how it always, same with the vaccinations, by the way. That's why it's put out in exactly the same way that they put it out for driving licenses, which were not mandatory at one time, or insurance for cars, which were not mandatory at one time, etc., etc. It's quite something, isn't it? Always done it. Plato said it. He says, if you understand the techniques that have been used in the past to get specific objectives accomplished, if you understand the formula that introduced them, and it's like step one, they're in a certain order, you see. If you understand, do this first, then that next, then that next, then the people will comply, and then same behavior will be expected from them. It will show itself. It's very true. It doesn't matter about how advanced you think you are. The same behavior manifests itself. If you terrorize the public, a good chunk of the public, if you get daily terror, will turn on other ones. And then you can use them to force the other ones into compliance. See? That's how it works. And so, so there's Russell's his idea of a credit system, given to the public, tokens, of some kind, credits, call them what you want. And he came out with that by the 1950s. And don't forget, too, he was also way up in eugenics. All these characters really believe in eugenics and the evolution of man. Now, if you're a nobody, they don't include you under the headline of man. You understand? There's all these hidden little caveats they have in normal language you just understand. And again, you can go into even the Rosicrucian ideas and Freemasonic ideas and Kabbalistic ideas of what man is, and then you go off into different tangents, different paths, etc. And if you really follow it all, you come to the same conclusions in them all that's set out that way. Certain people are really human, and some are not. That's what they believe. And they used to say at one time, and there's the ones who have spirit and those who have no spirit. That goes way back even to the writings of Paul in the Bible, where he referred to those who couldn't comprehend at all what you're talking about decency and human beings and helping one another. And all. He said these are people of instinct, or creatures of instinct, and you wouldn't get through to them, you see. And there's some kind of truth in that as well. The people who are brute instinct are the ones that they do use for extermination camps. We saw that in the communist gulags and that incredible cruelty for 70 years. That's nowhere near the play that it gets from Nazism, from a 5-year stint basically, or even 8-year stint if you're Italian before into the 30s. But now you've got 70 years of horror and slaughter in the Soviet bloc countries. I keep every so often looking back at the people who survived the gulags of Bulgaria and the massive camps that were set up, and who lost their, and who were gathering every year after the 90s. And the horror stories these poor folk were telling you, and you'd tell their lives would never be the same, obviously. And the huge graves, mass graves that were dug up, never mind all the folk that were burned and even just dumped into waters and so on to decompose. Just horrible stories of utter brutality. Well, the folk who ran these camps are creatures of instinct. These are the people who are very base. And if you were under them too, you would have to think into realms you couldn't think before? Or are they would calling them a psychopath, would that even come close? Would that satisfy you as a label to describe these people? Or would you go even further because they're creatures of instinct? You might just say they're completely possessed creatures, demonic. Because animals wouldn't treat other animals that way. And so you have to really question what these creatures are. Every country has them, and in every age they have them too. They're dirty squads that deal with dirty business. And once you give them that kind of power, especially when there's no oversight to it, there's no real caring about very detailed paperwork, horrible things happen every day, and it gets worse and worse and worse. It isn't enough for these characters just to kill people. They literally feed off them, in a sense, off their anxiety, their fear, their terror, and their horror. They feed off them, and that's why they prolong their lives in such horrible conditions of torture until they kill them brutally. And I keep telling folk, you can't dismiss this. Again, back to Plato. If you understand the formula to get the public to behave in a certain way, or segments of the public to behave in a certain way, you can introduce it in the same, with the proper sequence again, and the folk will respond exactly the same way to it in any era. That hasn't changed. We're seeing things happening today with this whole horror and terror put out from the top of COVID, which is, of course, a cover for a whole bunch of, it's a whole new world order. That's what it's for the World Economic Forum, using all of the different arms and institutions all connected with them. Never mind the big pharma industries that literally are at the top of the tree, and the ones who are promoting it at the top to the general public on television have massive shares in the pharma industries. For goodness sake, they're going to profit off this. This is in your face. But what you're seeing with the incredible terror they're causing amongst the public, very deliberate installation of abject terror. They know exactly, because I've read a lot of their studies already, that they knew who would be more prone to become terrorized quicker than others. And it was women to start with. They broken down into different age groups as well. And some of the other studies, they said they'd even use these women to terrorize the rest. By when you see someone who's in a store who suddenly freaks out behind a counter or something because you either don't have a mask on right, or you're not standing in the footprints that were painted on the floor, and you're all going along with this too. And they freak out. You're seeing an incredible aggression from them. They've done studies on the different signs that these people will show to the customers, from the hand out straight, like stop, like a policeman on traffic, to a waving of the hands frantically, which is, it's very much like what you will see the apes do in the jungle. If you look at Goodall's old video on them too, where they run up to you and they wave their hands around as a warning. Well, that's how people behave too. People who are really terrified will behave that way. And they can flip any direction at all. And it's meant then, it becomes contagious, because the person who's now being threatened is the customer, you see. And then the customer gets anxious and goes into an anxiety state. And then the arguments can start and all the rest of it because of it. They've already had people shot, by the way. Ontario, that's one of the stories I'll touch on tonight. Ontario, Canada. And it's such an amazing piece of propaganda, disgusting propaganda, the way the stories are written about this old guy in his 70s, and killed by police. And it all started because he wasn't wearing a mask in a grocery store. So now you have folk getting killed, an outcome of whatever happened, you see, in a grocery store. And the cops follow him back to his home. Next thing you know, he's dead. And all the papers could say is, and this is your standard PR thing, well, he was a loner, he didn't mix much with people, and so that's a crime now, is it? You kill folk for that? Is that the idea? See, there's nothing else they could say about this guy. They don't want to touch on whatever happened inside the grocery store, where it all started. But when someone starts screaming at you and freaking, this old guy might have been out for months. Maybe this is the first time he's seen the reaction to him. Who knows? You just don't know. But no, it's good enough that he didn't mix much with people. He kept himself to himself. It's a crime now, you see. Keep yourself to yourself. So let's kill the folk. Standard stuff. But anyway, this is how it was going now. And psychologists are earning a heyday as they throw out grant after grant as they study us all little animals that we are, you see, and how we're reacting to this and that and all the rest, and how to get round us. They may as all comply. Remember, I read the article too from the SAGE group in Britain and elsewhere. The SAGE group's got the BIT units and all kinds of them working with them across the whole planet. Every country's involved together here. And they actually said on the recommendations to the media, and I put that out a few times, it's in cuttingthroughthematrix.com, my own website, so go in there and look up my previous talks on it. And they actually advised the newspapers and journalists to increase pressure, because they decided they want increased anxiety amongst the public to help promote conformity. So, in other words, terrorize the public to get them to conform. And the media has gone along with it. This is in the open. Huh? And it's all media. And the TV is the biggest one of all, of course. Folk are sitting watching, tuning in every day to what they think now is their new lifeline to saving themselves. They're tuning in every day for their daily dose of horror and fear. You'll never get through to those people, and you just won't. You can't do it. Can't do it. See, this whole system is to try to stop you from even thinking for yourself altogether. And so, like that old fella, who got killed there, he obviously wasn't watching TV. I mean, for goodness sake, he'd have been complying and compliant and obedient and yada. He wouldn't have been a loner. Oh, he wouldn't like his privacy. Oh, what a crime, eh? What a crime! Let's kill him. And we'll never get the whole story of it. Who freaked out first in a store? Where it all started. Never mind why on earth were the cops following them home. So that's what happens in this new system. You see, it could be you. It could be you. It's quite amazing. There's even articles from Ontario. Never mind just the COVID thing itself, but some of the kind of Antifa groups in Canada turned on one of the reporters, and you probably know it's Rebel Media, like hate them or love them or whatever. Regardless, the fact is the guy did get pushed around. He went down to one of their meetings whenever it was possible. Maybe he went down. I have no idea if he went down, because they were thinking about either throwing eggs at an ex-prime minister of Canada, one of the founders really of Confederation, or maybe even knocking the statue down. Who knows what they were really there for? But the fact is, he did say, because they brought a lawsuit against the ones who were attacking them physically, in a public place. And it turned out that the leaders of the groups had asked the police in advance not to even attend that protest, as they called it, at the park. And the police complied. Well, this is sad time to be alive, isn't it? Because your own government, Canada, you see, remember, is more communistic than other countries ahead of them. And I think that's the whole reason for all this happening. And can you just tell you that I guess the police are all part of it too, if they're going to comply with the ones who are out to destroy the past, no matter what you think of the past. It's still public property. and they're complying with the ones who are going to do. That's just bad news, folks. Really bad news, isn't And as I say, I don't really follow most of the stuff in Canada because everything's so predictable here. It's very socialistic, to say the least. Progressive socialism is just a form of communism, of altering and destroying the past and the culture and everything else to bring in the new. It's the same system again, which the elite want us all to follow. Because everything that's happening across the world right now is with... it's not just a compliance of the elite at the top. Because believe you me, if they didn't want this, it would never happen. All the riots and so have been dealt with very quickly. In fact, you would never even, they've headed them off in the past before they got to moving. But this is what they want. This is the global reset. It's a new way of living. It's like Bertrand Russell's idea of a credit system and dishing out credits to you and tokens for money, electronic, and you have to comply or else you won't get your tokens every month to whatever is demanded of you. It's all social control. It's all here, folks, and universal basic income is all part of it too. They knew this before they brought in the whole idea of complete universal free trade by giving it all to China pretty well in the Far East. It wasn't just, don't forget, it was your governments that allowed all this to happen. They all signed on to it for China to be the manufacturer for the whole planet pretty well. And which they knew at the very beginning under free trade, we'd all be unemployed in the West. A good chunk of us anyway. And definitely the folk who worked in factories. And no matter what you think of them, folk had some pride in themselves because they did bring in their own income. And a lot of the work they worked at too, they made real things, which gave a form of satisfaction too. Today, we've got a miserable bunch of folk who could literally, they don't, again, there's that feeling of the 1970s of Britain, where there was a feeling of lethargy in the air and literally a depression. It wasn't just a financial depression. I actually wonder why they call it just depression. It's more meanings than one. And of course, there's a psychological depression goes along with it. And that's what you have today when folk literally don't know what they're here for. And it's much easier for those at the top to say, well, yeah, we're wondering why you're here as well and why you're existing as well, you know, and why don't you all become sterilized and die off, a la H.G. Wells, in his modern utopia. So, yeah, I mean, why don't you do that, you know, with the Fabian Society's idea? Just get sterilized, they may give you extra credits for it, and you can have as much sex as you want, and there'll be no fallout from it. There'll be a few diseases and things, but they can treat you for that, for most of it and all of it, and it doesn't always work. But yeah, you can be quite happy, and you get a universal basic income, and you'll die off, and maybe in 40 years' time, you see, a whole chunk of society will be gone. It didn't procreate, and the elite will get their vastly reduced population. Yeah. And during that 40 years, remember, they'll do more advances in genetic engineering manipulation, and they will bring in a brave new world scenario for their own, you see. At the very least, they'll have a slave population they'll still keep. They'll make them, or produce them, create them, and they won't complain much at all, just like Brave New World. Yeah. Don't forget, these books that were put out, you know, way back in the 1930s and before, a lot of them, were put out because this is what was discussed at the height of empire. These were the things discussed by those who were maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th generation of nobility, you know, across Europe. And they were quite open about the societies they would like to bring in. And academia, as always, priesthoods are always happy to accommodate the wishes of masters, because it's the masters that couldn't make you a higher priest than you are at the moment, meaning scientist, right? And give you more respect, more responsibility, more income, more power. And it's sad that's how humanity really works, isn't it? It's to do with this power thing. And folk of all calibers. And it's so sad to men and women. Women are the same. You see them, and more of them getting in trouble. They're seeking for power and making a mess of it, or falling into the same traps as the men. and scamming the books and so on when they're in charge of the public purse and things like that. Materialism does that, doesn't it? Because that's all you worship eventually, is materialism. And all these celebrities, as they call them, are awfully rich. You never see a celebrity that's got an income of maybe 40 grand a year, do you? It wouldn't be a celebrity. You wouldn't follow them, would you? People only drool when they see the lights flickering and the cameras going off at these celebs' shows. And because now they've got fame and fortune, you see. And in a materialistic world, that's what folk worship. Sad but true. Mind you, the other way is just as bad, because then you can go into a system where you pretend it's all altruistic, and you'll work for a peanut wage and do really important work and get very little back from it at all. But you'll get all this, oh, you're such a nice person, you're a good person doing what you do for society. You always get used by the same psychopaths. I don't care what kind of system they bring in. It's astonishing, isn't it? And here they're trying to bring in, at the bottom level, literally, the ones who are following them really believe this. Communism, okay? Marxism. After all the horrors, as I say, 70 years of mass slaughter and gulags and executions and mass graves, and expansion, naturally, because it was in, but non-expansionist or colonial. Yeah, they were moving their powers in all different countries in the world and getting the public to work for peanuts. And yet everyone who defected, including Bezmenov and many others before him, they all started off their talks to the West by saying that they never left for financial reasons. Never left the Soviet system for financial reasons. Because those who got into the KGB, for instance, were the offspring of KGB, and before that, NKVD and so on, and the Cheka. There's generations of them. They always got their own children into them. And they lived really high on the hog, like any top civil servant in any other country. That's what they said, you know. And so there was nothing that they lacked on the physical means for wealth and comfort and so on. So it wasn't, they didn't leave for that. They had it all on their level in the communist countries, where the folk literally had to line up and wait sometimes 10 years to get a phone installed if they could afford to get one and get it permitted. Kind of like Britain. But yeah, it's quite fantastic to see how it really works. And here they're trying to bring it in again, so that maybe a few hundred families can live at the very top of utter luxury with their holiday homes in the countryside and servants taking care of them and all that. Huh? Yeah, real utopia. Yeah. And everyone else is scraping by and lining up at times to outside the main big cities, lining up to get food. They used to show that all the time in the West when there was any kind of shortage. So they're trying to bring it. Now since the elite at the top, who run the World Economic Forum, right, let's repeat that for the harder thinking, the World Economic Forum, they decide, along with the Bank for International Settlements, they send their members there too, and the World Bank and the IMF and all the different groups are one big club, all private, all set up by private institutions like the ones who set up the United Nations, all from basically the League of Nations into the United Nations, with all these different private rank groups to run the world, set up by Lord Alfred Milner, and eventually morphed into the Royal Institute for International Affairs. Running the world, eh? And they're all for this idea of using the youth, as I say, the disaffected youth at the moment. They've had their mandatory indoctrination through school and college to protest and demand that all of civilization stop and we go back into some kind of Eden type of simplicity, etc., etc., to save the world and the planet and all that, because they've been brainwashed into it. And who will benefit from it all? Well, it won't be them. It'll be it's the ones at the top of the World Economic Forum. The global reset, the Great Reset, is a whole new way of living using a socialist Soviet type system to rule the public. Because then, just like Justin Trudeau said, he admires China, even with the COVID idea, because China doesn't have to bother having to get the public to agree on things and debate things and have their approval. China just tells them what they're going to do and they do it. And that's simple as that. You obey them or else. And he really likes that system. And to go along with what's happening, you have to truly, truly be a doormat, at the very least, to what's happening. When you don't have rights as an individual, you're living in hell. Because that's what they had, as I say, in places like Bulgaria under the communist Soviet regime. You were seen as a mass of people, dissidents, not as individuals. And that's how you'd be treated by the police and everybody else. This is, hey, you, get in there, get in that line, stand there, blah, blah, shut up, and that's it. That's your utopia. And interesting enough, like I've seen before in other countries, in Yugoslavia, they had that to an extent too, and I said in Bulgaria and other places as well. You hear the folk talking. Now, they came out of an era, right, 1930s and 40s, when they were younger, these people, a lot of them, that survived anyway. They had their indoctrination into a form of socialism. Remember, communism is just socialism in a hurry. That's where it always ends up, you see. But some of them were anarchists and agrarian type of anarchists. There are different groupings of them all. They all had their ideas of the way to work and then trade whatever you produced with other groups rather than use just money and so on. And when the communists take over, folks, they start off by using the anarchists, as they say, to realize, no, the anarchists at the top are not anarchists, they're really communists. And then they turn on all the ones they've used, and that's who ends up in the camps. Really sad, but true. So it's true how things can repeat themselves. Mark Twain said they never really truly repeat themselves, they just rhyme. But as far as I'm concerned, no, they can repeat themselves. They can wear different uniforms, different clothing, talk different languages, use different terminology. But it's the same thing. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Yep. It's quite fascinating to live through and see it being instituted, isn't it, in our lifetime? And the complete ruthlessness of governments literally telling the media to go along and actually increase anxiety by exaggerating the stories to get the folk to comply, by creating horror, terrifying them. And who knows how many folk already have lost their lives because they couldn't get into hospitals to get treated for basic things. That's murder, folks. This is a generation that's been sacrificed. They knew who they'd sacrificed before it started by not allowing them into the hospitals. Hospitals are meant to treat people with all problems. But most of them you had empty hospitals waiting to see their avalanche, incredible avalanche, to say, oh my God, avalanche of COVID cases. And folk weren't even getting picked up by ambulances, or they were having heart attacks at home. Getting written off. Oh, just lie down flat in your home and see if it gets any better. And a day or two later, they're dead, in their homes. Who's going to answer for it? You know that no one's going to answer for this. Because it's authorized from the top. What you're seeing is not a grassroots movement from the bottom, including the anarchists. It's all been planned from the top by the richest folk on the planet. Some of them who finance all these things as you know, give speeches. One of them gave a speech at the end of the last WEF big meeting. And he's awfully popular and famous by supplying money to all different groups that are going at it to destroy society. He's the last one to talk and give his talk. You're looking at a completely different governmental system dictating here openly. And you didn't give any approval to it. You were not asked about it. And your own political parties are a sham. We know that. They've been a sham for years. And Quigley himself was a big part of it, who was all for where the society was to go, a merging of all parties into one. You would keep the pretense of different parties, he said. But when they're all talking about the same things at election time, unemployment, healthcare, and so on, and insurance, education, he says, then it's the same party. It's pretense. It's all pretense. Meant to go that way. Then you're in a different system. And how can you have a government that literally uses your tax money? Every country does this, uses your tax money, hands all the problems over to private think tanks that decide who draft up the policy for governments to follow. All kinds of them, all kinds of think tanks, all private, all got their own particular bents on where the world is supposed to go for very important and rich and powerful people. Well, why bother with a government if they hand it all off to these private agencies? Well, what's the point? Government is supposed to serve the public, and what they say is, well, if you can't complain to us about this because we gave this to these private agencies, so you have to complain to them. This is how they cop out of it, carrying the can, eh? Just astonishing to watch this happen over and over again. Well, we didn't plan on that. It was this think tank that decided on that, Well, who owns the think tank? What do they stand for? So we haven't had any kind of democracy for an awful long time. The colleges and universities have been were taken over easy, from the 1930s right through, and picking up speed from the 1960s onwards, big time. And but with the same characters, often that fled Europe into Britain, and then over to the States and into universities and started teaching communist doctrine then as well. I could never figure it out. When I was young, I thought, when you studied communism and the policies of it, the complete overthrow of all existing governments, religions, family units, etc., then you had to obviously ask yourself, why on earth would your own countries, which were definitely ruled by a leading establishment, why on earth would they be allowing them to teach this stuff in universities in the UK and across the world? You have to start thinking like that. If you started up a subversive poetry group in Britain, you would have been overthrown before you got the first few lines out of your mouth. This is, but yeah, you could teach communism and Marxism in universities and colleges. I mean, it didn't make any sense, did it? Because you see, you've got an elite who doesn't shrink from any task, who'd held an empire together by a massive bureaucracy of very efficient bureaucrats, really, and spies. But you allow them to come into the country, and you allow them to take money off the taxpayer and get paid through universities and so on, to teach subversive tact, especially if you were the Queen or King of England. Why on earth would you allow them in there when they vowed to kill you like they killed the Tsars? It made no sense until you realised there's another game on the go here. Obviously another game. And it has to suit the ones at the very top, this game, or it wouldn't be happening. Wouldn't be happening. You always have to have a group that you can call upon, you can radicalise them very quickly, actually. It's like, again, just pressing the right buttons at the right time. And you've got an instant internal army or mob to be used against the system which you already run. I mean, remember the dialectic and how it works, eh? Society won't change too much very quickly in a progressive, as they call progressive movement. Progression is a planned society. They know where they want to take it to, step by step by step. That's what they call this, is a progressive socialism. But it wouldn't harm itself, you see, unless the folk go along with it. So you must always, in the dialectic, you give them a problem. So you have the basic system, let's call it system. So you have the system, and then you create a problem against the system. There's a group that's not happy with it now. And so you have an anti-system. Then you have a conflict going to go. And out of that, you have your discussions and your debates, and you get a compromise, and that's your synthesis. That's what you wanted to in the beginning. If you only had one side that's quite content not to argue with anybody, they're quite content the way things are, then you won't have the change that you've planned. So you get an opposition movement set up, cause a conflict, and eventually the folk who are quite happy the way things were will have to do some kind of compromise, and you get partway to where you want to go. And that's how it's done. It's a very simple technique. The thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. And then the synthesis under communism or Trotskyism becomes the new thesis to start again. That way you can get constant change, all planned change as to where you... And what they say in the old communist literature too, is that because they believe in evolution, and they'll say this is just to speed up societal evolution to where it should go and would go if it was sped up, you see. So rather than wait for 1,000 years for this to happen, let's do it in the 4 stages of this, and this, and this is how it's done. It's planned change. Most folk are oblivious of all this when they're living through it. You're given lots of entertainment, and if they're miserable in their lives, they give you all kinds of exciting things to watch. And they're oblivious that their very reality is catered to and given to them. The things they accept as normal today were given to them. And even they've been through a process of not wanting a lot of the new normals that they've now accepted. That was all given to them too, including how to adapt to them. They don't know they were trained to adapt to the new normals. And so, maybe they've got a point. It's so slickly done. And so, before I get into the meat of the talk, perhaps, you got to remember, before I forget again, right, because there's so much happening, that this planned alteration of society using COVID is the biggest, deadliest thing since the atomic bomb, Don't forget all the people who've already been sacrificed and who will still be sacrificed now that they're going to bring... I said, but I knew that back in February, they'd bring a spike, Fauci said it. You can take it to the bank, whatever he says, because he's part of the planning committee for this before it even broke out. These characters were all involved with the Johns Hopkins Event 201 and the events before that too for the Rockefeller Foundation groups and so on. It's the same clique. They went through all the stages of what they were going to do and what they wanted to do, and how they'd even forced the public to eventually accept mass vaccinations. Years ago they planned all this. How they'd go about it, and how they'd even get it mandatory because it's so expensive for vaccinations, you see, that they got to stop the mass waste of vaccines like they did in the last couple of non-event pandemics. Like the swine flu and so on, where millions and millions of the doses were dumped. They actually say that in their own writings at the CDC in the meetings that they had. And because they're causing bad side effects, and the folk didn't want them, they didn't need them. And it even gave narcolepsy to a lot of school children in different countries. And never mind the long-term effects, we don't even know yet. It can take years before some of them show. So they want to stop all that to make sure that the governments are going to guarantee to buy them all and use them all. So it's to take away the whole concept of free will and compliance by individuals. And basically tyranny, of course it is. It's tyranny. So getting back to what I was saying, look at all the folk who've died already because they couldn't get into hospitals to get treatment. Never mind the folks in old folks' homes, the disgraceful what's happened. They were all written off pretty well by the system and the establishment and the mandatory putting infected folk in with non-infected people. And never mind the fact, I really do, as far as I can see, I won't even go into it right now because you get hammered, absolutely hammered, if you come out with anything that hasn't come out of the same mouth as Fauci, the major domo of the pandemic movement. But there are treatments. There are treatments. Of course there are. There's even standard treatments that were done long before this one broke out. That should have all been used. But no, they wanted panic. They wanted terror for the big push, for the global reset, etc. You can't crash whole economies across the world on purpose by mandating that all the healthy folk are quarantined without collapsing the economy. That's what the global reset is about. Out of this is to come a new system, a new normal of money or economy and so on, with a whole new set of rules for everybody to follow. And I've no doubt you'll all be getting your lifelong, well, maybe however long that will be actually, your life might be that long, but your lifelong stay-at-home credit system, basically, token system, or universal basic income. And they won't stop, and they've had the taste, you see, of the acceptance, and because they're constantly studying us all, and how many folk tonight, in this very moment, are worried about all the old folk who've died already, and the folk who are going to die because of negligence. And it's a system that's already bringing in euthanasia, like Canada. It's already got it. That's not very reassuring, is it? Where's it going to go next? Huh? Where's it going to go next? Just think about that. And the most versatile disease ever designed on paper. As I say, that they covered every symptom under the sun. A sneeze, not a sneeze, a runny nose, a stuffy nose, a clear nose, a temperature, no temperature, yada yada yada. Makes no difference. You're not going to get out with this one. Because they've covered everything. Feeling normal? That doesn't mean yada yada yada. It's a big, big show for a much bigger plan. And again, I've even got the articles here from the CDC and the World Health Organization from years ago. Lots of stuff they put out on mandatory vaccinations and how they would try and get them introduced, etc. Lifelong booster vaccinations for all adults too. Lifelong, like annual. Pincushions, eh? So the companies, you see, who are now ruling you are the owners of the corporations that own the vaccines. Huh? They're the ones mandating what you're going to do and how you're going to behave. You talk about fascism. Whoa, private partnerships between corporations and governments. And you have to accept it, the consumer. You, whether you like it or not, going to be a consumer of their products, their mandated products. Can you imagine if this says, to all gardeners out there in the world, only this one company here that's donated to us and actually donated to run for politics and so on, and the political party, you got to buy their digging spade. And no other one's going to be allowed. You better buy theirs. Where folk would tell me, shove it. Eh? But in this scenario, we're going to save you by mandating you must take our products, whether it works or not, or even has any adverse effects. It makes no difference. That's a death sentence for a lot of folk. If you get a response to this thing, and Fauci's already said it, mind you, that 700,000 will die across the planet with the vaccine as a side effect. It's amazing how they come out with this stuff when before there was denied there was any side effects to anything, even before we're dropping dead and having fits on the floor, seizures. And it was amazing too. You knew from the beginning for Foxy Fauci, because he did say it. He wanted to be a complete lockdown right into next year, from February onwards, or March, right into next year. He said that. And maybe he says in 2 or 3 years it'll be over. But he meant with his vaccination and your own immune system, right? Even though you would prove you've got positive antibodies, because most folk, it goes through you anyway, like all viruses do. The same viruses go through millions of people every day across the planet, all kinds of viruses, including COVID groups, family groups. And you don't even know. They're harmless. That doesn't matter. Facts don't matter, you see. When there's a big agenda here. And you don't forget that getting your own immune system working, having it work and defeating this thing and creating antibodies, well, there's no profit in that, for goodness sake. You've got to get their vaccine. Your own antibodies might only, well, rather than the standard 3 to 5 to 10 years it might work, you see, your own antibodies. Fauci said, oh, well, we can't be sure your antibodies will protect you for more than a few months because they've got massive profits. Just staring them in the face. They've never had such a windfall before, staring them in the face. And they've worked hard to make this happen, for goodness sake. Even though your own antibodies would be the final thing that would work anyway. Either caused by your own immune system taking over, and you wouldn't even know you've had the damn thing, most of the folk, or it would be stimulated by a vaccine using a dead, weakened virus, as opposed to the Moderna one, which of course is going to alter your cells in your body. We always called that cancers before. Mutations, eh? But no, they've been dying to go this new way for a long time. Let's start altering humans, eh? The great herd for the brave new world. And make it mandatory. This is a horror show. A horror show. I don't even care if they pretend I've tested it on so many volunteers before. I don't care. It takes years of studying what happens to those folk afterwards. What's the immediate effects? What's the intermediate between a 7 to 10 year study effects that have broken out since then, etc., etc. That's what you do, folks. That's what you do. Here's another thing you should think of too. It's illegal. You get charged. The police charge drug addicts who threaten them with either biting them, breaking the skin, biting them, or trying to stick needles in them, or even spitting at them, with really well, it's life-threatening. If that person's got AIDS, they could threaten your life. So it could be manslaughter, or attempted manslaughter, or something like that, you see, or murder. But here's companies going to mandate your governments to mandate to you to stick all kinds of things into your body. Same thing. But when the white coat ones do it, it's under science. It's different from a junkie sticking it into you. Huh? What? Really? You may have more idea what's in the junkies one they use needle. They put it to stick into you. Well, trust us, they say. Trust us. You better do your homework. There's lots of information out there that's literally verified by the same organizations that throughout the years and the massive lawsuits they've had on terrible effects on all kinds of vaccinations, including the ones that they withdraw from Canada a few years ago because they found out that they had vaccinated Canadians with a flu shot and it was the wrong kind or whatever, but they said that literally it would open them up to that year's flu and a pneumonia. And you get a cytokine storm, which would kill you. That's still there. You can look it up, pull it up, and ponder it, eh? Because you have to use facts. And even if you use facts, they're going to hammer you anyway. They said at the Event 201, by the way, if you went through the whole thing, it was awfully interesting. There was different stages they would go through into voluntary compliance, then getting a bit more severe with the public, and then forcing compliance. Fauci, by the way, I might touch if I can find the article, it mentioned that it's maybe time to start forcing compliance on the public. Huh? For masks and behaviour and distance and all that stuff, forcing it. Forcing is, I think it's what uses the word. But it's to lead up to the forced mandatory vaccinations, you see. And it's up to the public to either start saying, no, we've had enough of this nonsense. Because there's no backing out of it once you've gone halfway, you see. This is how they do things with percentages. Oh, so many folk have accepted this. What's wrong with you, eh? This is a democracy. And sure enough, just like as I've mentioned before, Tammany Hall, And then the mayor, Tammany Hall, from the movie Gangs of New York, awfully well done, that movie, actually. He said that about the public. He says, no, we can almost hire or get one half of the public to kill the other half. Yeah, well, that's what they do. They use it once they're terrorized to force you to comply and be as terrorized as they are, you see. Okay, yeah. And go through all the different rituals, all designed by computers for social distancing. Not 5 feet 11, no, 6 feet. 6 feet, you know. Yeah. Utter rubbish. Yeah. And then, of course, in the summer, they said, wait, it was okay, you could probably bring it down to 3 feet now for the summer. That was from Britain. And I guess they're back up to the 6 feet again. They keep you jumping back and forth, and it's all shadows. Shadows. It's like trying to jump on your shadows as a child in the sun behind you, and the shadows on the pavement. Same idea. Keep you jumping. Right? You'll never get it, because you can't really comply when there's all kinds of obscure and deliberately obscure orders getting shouted at you. It's meant to throw you off guard till you have no reasoning ability left. You won't trust your own judgments. That's a psychological warfare. Remember, folks, too, go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com and toss a few bucks my way. You can use PayPal, you can send cash or checks. And I'll tick along here as long as I can. I mean, you know darn well it's all coming short now. They're getting rather nasty. And they won't just stop, obviously, with pulling folk off social platforms and things. They actually mentioned it 201, as I say, with the maybe 5-stage plan or whatever, the steps they would take with even arresting people. And you've been enemy of it's the same thing in all totalitarian regime. You become an enemy of the people. And of course the tyrants, just like communism, they represented the people, the guards that picked you up, and that'd be the charge against you. And you're an enemy of the people. Yeah. So any excuse will do, and things repeat themselves because it's an agenda. But they said, yeah, they would take all these different ways and make it absolutely impossible to you survive financially as a start. It's an old trick, that enemy behind you. But yeah, ruthless. And when they send cops out now to shoot people who've had an argument in a store, an old guy, then well. And if that gets accepted, which it probably will in Canada, then that's a warning to everybody else, you see, you better comply. Really, these things are very, very significant. As I say, when they give you ridiculous, nothing else to say about the old guy except, well, he lived alone and, didn't mix much with the people, yeah. So what? So what? Was he supposed to go around to all the local chit-chats and booze with them all and get drunk with them all and slap their backs, then talk behind their backs about them? No. The guy kept himself to himself. But that's an evil thing, because they can't find anything else right off the bat to justify what's happened to him. That's why they put that rubbish out there. That's how things happen. So as I say, cuttingthroughmates.com, you can buy the books and discs, by the way. And I think the whole backlog it wasn't huge, but it's all out now, and folk have either got them or they'll get them in the next few days, I suppose. But that helps me tick along here because, we're going to get locked down for another winter, obviously. And they want to get folk vaccinated before the snow flies, it seems to me. And I guess if you don't comply initially, before they make it mandatory and lock you up and do it physically to you, whether you like it or not, then you won't be allowed to leave your home. That's actually what articles from Australia are saying, much the same stuff, You'll be locked in your home. That's the way. No, say to you, we're not stopping you, sir, from going out to the stores. If all you have to do is comply, Yep. This is how things are done. They coerce you into things. That's how the system in the West always works. And remember, too, when you go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com, make sure you list all the sites I have in case the com goes down. That way, hopefully, I can still get my shows out to you And you can find them in one of the alternate sites I've got listed. These are my official sites at cuttingthroughthematrix.com. So make sure you do that, just in case. Because we're living through amazing times, aren't we? And authority, especially when it's a totalitarian authority, it doesn't accept anything outside of itself, any little nuisance. I wouldn't say any competitor. It's only when it comes to countries, between countries, they won't accept competitors. But when it comes to individuals in society, you're not even a midgie, as they say in Britain, or even a mosquito in Canada. They just swat you out of the way, and that's where tyranny goes in these situations, always using wartime scenarios, complete tyranny for conformity, naturally. So it's quite something, isn't it? But here's an article here about the mass. I'll put a few ones up tonight, perhaps, or at least one or two. And this one is from the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons, and it gives you an idea. For those who want to just argue the facts, what's the point anymore? Because facts don't matter when there's a big agenda. The agenda came before all of this. And they go into COVID, SARS-CoV-2 particle, 0.125 micrometers, right? And it says influenza virus size is 0.08 to 0.12, and that's that's microns. And I've always been fascinated with when folk get to understand the terminology that's used in medicine or even in psychiatry. They always change it. You see, any science, even when it comes up to the pretenses of sciences, because all these things came from literally rather barbaric techniques of treating people in the hope that they could help them. All of them did. You should see what they were selling the public in the 1900s at one time, in the 1800s, or the 19th century. Even earthworms, they crush them up in a powder and you can actually see that in some of these old shows that dealt with the past and how the old pharmacy used to be, the chemist as they called them in Britain, what they ground up for themselves, for the potions and so on. Quite amazing stuff. And a lot of it really was kind of, we called it kind of quackery in a sense. But other things were pretty good when it came to, even again, treating common colds and so on. When they found eucalyptus in other countries and they could start to bring the stuff in, it really is good in a bowl of hot water when you've got a bad cold or something. The day they used to get labelled as COVID, and that's you. But these things were really pretty good, actually, for the problem. But anyway, here we go into this thing. So they changed the terminology, you see. I noticed it too in psychiatry. When you used to have manic depression, people who would go from manic bouts of hyperactivity, and then they'd be followed eventually by a phase of melancholy or depression, and sometimes suicide. But once the public, through lots of TV shows and things, got used to the idea of what these things were and the problems, they changed it again to bipolar, you see. And that's what they do too with anything, even in the physical problems as well. Like we're talking about microns, eh? And people over the last few years started to get used to the idea of microns and micron size that would get through mass, or would get blocked by mass, certain mass, and so on. But now they don't use micron now; it's called micrometer. You see. And that's the preferred name now for micron, which is an older term, you understand, so that you can't converse with each other or to doctors or surgeons. Anyway, it says, so the virus is transmitted through respiratory droplets produced when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks. Larger respiratory droplets, like about 5 microns, remain in the air for only a short time and travel only short distances, generally 1 meter. Amazing how they just know, eh? They fall to the ground quickly. Eh? And again, this is like this one scenario fits all. It doesn't fit all. If there's warm air in the place, it could travel well. It may even go up with thermals. You know what I'm saying? But here it said it falls to the ground quickly. And so it shows you a link to the Lancet in Britain, right? a journal, Lancet medical journal, and so you can look up that text. If you really are obsessional, you can look that one up for yourself. So this idea guides the CDC, Centre for Disease Control, advice to maintain at least 6 foot distance. They're trying to figure out ways now, you see, to justify the 6 foot thing that have been kind of shredded since it literally was designed by a young schoolgirl, and Daddy wanted to get her a good markup, so to get into one of the most prestigious universities, basically, by helping her with her computer program to decide, so the God computer could decide how far apart we should be, etc. That's a fact. I've done the story before, folks. This is in the newspapers at the time. And here you are, they're following this guidance. A schoolgirl computer program again, and her daddy worked with the military-industrial complex. That's coincidence, though. And they actually mentioned in the articles, too, the Department of Defense came to see her and Daddy about it, you see, because they have their own health department. They keep up on all this stuff, because if the troops get sick with anything, they've got to be ahead of the game if they want to still win wars. Anyway, so this is the idea for a 6 foot distance. It's to destroy natural social contact, is what it is. It's a psyops again. So the virus-laden small, 5 microns, it says here, aerosolized droplets can remain in the air for at least 3 hours and travel long distances. So that kind of contradicts the other one too. And so there you are. Oh my goodness, some of them apparently just dropped to the ground and a few feet, but here's one. Here's the CDC, and it says it can remain in the air for at least 3 hours and travel long distance. That's what I'm saying. You're always given these contradictory reports in the same articles, because then you can't believe anything. You can't even believe your own common sense when what you're given by professionals makes no common sense. You understand? This is psychological warfare. And it says, air currents in air-conditioned environment, these large droplets may travel further. This is why you get degrees at universities and get big paychecks, because, if you've got air conditioning that blows air around, it may travel further. That's a stroke of genius. However, ventilation, even the opening of an entrance door in a small window, can dilute the number of small droplets to 1/2 after 30 seconds. I wonder who got the money, a few million, to do this study, of speculation. And this study, it says, looked at droplets from uninfected persons. This is clinically relevant because poorly ventilated and public spaces like public transport and nursing homes have high SARS-CoV-2 disease transmission despite physical distancing. It's because they don't get ventilation. Everything's shut in. You're sealed in the darn place like a tomb. And so that's another article by Lancet. Then it says objects and surfaces, person-to-person touching. So the most natural thing in the world is person-to-person touching. The CDC's most recent statements regarding contracting COVID-19 from touching surfaces, based on data from lab studies on COVID-19 and what we know about similar respiratory disease, it may be possible that a person can get COVID-19 by touching a surface or object that has the virus on it and then touching their own mouth, nose, or possibly their eyes. The agency wrote, but this isn't thought to be the main way the virus spreads, so they've got another way it might be spread. So I'll give you lots of links to waste your life looking up. And this is a Chinese study with data taken from swabs on surfaces around the hospitals, and they give you that one again. I read that ages ago. The surfaces were tested with the PCR, polymerase chain reaction test. Remember I mentioned before last week, I mentioned that the guy who invented it said this test is useless as a diagnostic tool. It's not meant for diagnosing these things in people. That's where you get all these false positives and false negatives and so on. Anyway, which greatly amplifies the viral genetic material if it's present. The material is detectable when a person is actively infected. This is thought to be the most reliable test. Well, if that's the most reliable, but you should really do what I said at the beginning, back in February and March. Just hire some elderly women who meet together every so often. You can hire them and they can read tea leaves. Just get the old tea, you see, or just tear the bag and put the tea leaf in a cup and put it in the boiling water. And they can tell the future more reliably for individuals than any of these ridiculous, well-exposed bogus tests. where even the inventor said it is not a diagnostic tool. It's astonishing, really. Yeah. Again, facts don't matter. So anyway, computer and mouse, and they tried different things, trash cans and sickbed handrails and doorknobs and so on. And yada, yada, yada. Plastic, steel, the whole different, how long it might survive in different surfaces, paper compared to stainless steel or cardboard, copper, floor, etc. And some other genius got this, at the bottom of that list there it says, and this is probably someone who's very important, it said this: gravity causes droplets to fall to the floor. Wow. Wow, thank God. They must think we're real morons, eh? Yeah. It says half of the ICU workers all had virus on the bottoms of their shoes. Wow. There you go. Like they've just discovered this kind of thing, eh? Imagine that. Wow, yeah. You know, the hospitals over the years, especially in the States there, had really slashed the domestic cleaning staffs to save money, to get more profits. I used to talk to a lot of folk in the hospital, still do. And yeah, they couldn't believe it. Even some of the surgeons said the same thing. They were the ones that travel to different hospitals. And said they couldn't believe that's how, especially in New York and different places, how filthy a lot of the hospitals were, because they cut so many of the cleaning staff. This is like over the last few years. And you've got to have, I don't care, even regardless of COVID, you've got to have cleaning staff and disinfecting the different walls and floors and the whole bit. That's how you keep these things down, eh? All these different kind of diseases. Anyway, it's got data from University of Illinois in Chicago Review and so on. That goes into the efficiency particulate air filters, and it goes through the masks too. They start off with the HEPA type filters, eh? And masks and respirators work by collecting particles through several physical mechanisms, including diffusion, small particles, and interception and impaction, large particles. And I don't know if people know it, but masks, never mind the fact that most of these things won't work for you anyway. And supposedly this particular virus, the N95 masks are meant to go, if you're going in, you see, if you're going into a contaminated area, where outside of you in the mask is contamination. That's what M95 is supposed to be for. So that anything you're breathing into yourself is going to filter it, right? And there's an electrostatic kind of charge builds up in those masks too, folk don't really know about. So that helps to just take it to the outside surface. That's the idea behind it, or the theory behind it, right? But when you get into surgical masks, right? A surgical mask is where you're not going into a contaminated area, you're going into a sterile area, like an operating theatre. And the idea there is so it'll trap, hopefully it'll trap any bacteria or virus that you're breathing out from yourself, and it'll get trapped inside that mask. That's the idea behind it. The N95, you're going into a contaminated atmosphere outside of you in the mask, so as that you won't get contaminated. So it's a completely different purpose, if you understand that. And the other ones with little earbands are just they help disguise you if you don't want folk to notice who you are. I think that's the only real purpose of them, to be honest with you. It might, if someone's got a heavy, thick mucosal cough or something, it might help stop some of the thick mucosa getting stuck on it. That might get trapped in it, but they're really pretty well useless for anything else like that. Yeah. And cloth ones, by the way, any kind of cloth, especially cotton and so on, right? And some of these cloth ones that they're selling have got interwoven nylon amongst them too. Moisture is trapped too. And depending on the material, mold will build up in it quite quickly, by the way, especially in the summer. You shouldn't be... You understand, you're given nostrils to breathe in the atmosphere because your body needs oxygen. You don't have flaps going over your nostrils to close it off. You see? You're not a seal or something like that. Your nostrils, you can't close off. I guess you could plug them up with cotton wool or something. But the fact is, the reason they're not plugged up and you don't have a valve over them is because you're designed, because your body really needs oxygen. You shouldn't be putting any impediment in the way of it. There are folks, even in Sudbury, who've collapsed wearing masks and get carried off by ambulances because they can't get the oxygen. And once you have the moisture build up from your breath on the cloth or in the paper, and clogs the pores and the fibers, you're getting suffocated. I'm doing this for free. I guess if I belonged to some of these organisations, they'd give me a few million just for stating that fact. But because everybody else is doing that with their hands out, eh? But this is the farce of it all. And this article here has got a breakdown of the efficiency with N95 and T-shirts, using T-shirts, the cloth for that, because it's got a 10% efficiency until it gets clogged. Scarves, well, how ridiculous. This is a scarf made of what? It doesn't say. Scarves 10% to 20%. Cloth masks 10% to 30%. Absolute farce. Sweatshirts 20 to 40%, and towels for. There's all kinds of towels as well. Eh? All of the cloth masks and materials had near zero efficiency at 0.3 and microns. Or they call them micrometers now. A particle size that easily penetrates into the lungs. So the cloth masks were useless. That's what it says here. Eh? And another study evaluated 44 mask respirators and other materials with similar methods and similar aerosols, 0.08 and 0.22 microns. And medical masks, 55% efficiency. Right. Again, medical masks. What kinds of medical masks? Was it surgical or N95? What were they? Yeah. General masks, 38%, until they get moisture on them, of course. Handkerchiefs, 2%, one layer, to 13%, 4 layers efficiency. Actually, you get 100% efficiency if you've got a dozen handkerchiefs on there, because you can't breathe at all and you'll be dead. And if you're dead, obviously, it's very efficient because you can't breathe anything in. So there you go. There's another $1 million for that advice. Conclusion, wearing a mask will not reduce SARS-CoV-2. I'll repeat that for the hard of thinking. Wearing masks will not reduce SARS-CoV-2. N95 masks protect health workers, but are not recommended for source control transmission. So there you go. Because again, surgical masks are better than cloth, but not very efficient at preventing emissions from infected patients. So again, N95 is to stop it coming into you, right, from a contaminated atmosphere. Surgical masks are to protect a sterile environment outside of yourself, but not to stop it coming into you from infected patients outside. That's the idea behind it. And the cloth mask will be ineffective at preventing SARS-CoV-2 transmission, whether worn as source control or as a personal protective equipment, PPE. And it also says that it gives people a false sense of security. So there you go. And don't forget, in Asia, they were wearing the masks at the very beginning. It didn't stop it there, right? But this article I'll put up for those that want to look at it, and it's from the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons. And you can go on with facts, but it doesn't really matter. Big agenda, folks. It took years to plan this agenda and the complete global reset of everything. It isn't just money, it's a whole way of living into austerity, into a future where rationing is the norm, including all energy rationing. They've said that. I read the articles years ago on the air in a radio show that I was on, and I read the articles, austerity, the planned austerity and planned brownouts, and how governments had gone along with it. They signed it on at the climate meetings, and the sustainability meetings. They would start to reduce energy or make it more expensive. That's all energy for keeping you alive, for cooking, for everything, for heating yourself. Here's an article here too. One of the articles from one of the sources, and it's man shot dead by OPP after mask dispute. He was very reclusive. Neighbour says, "Oh, there you go. There's you. I guess that's the reason you kill him, eh? Very reclusive." Neighbour says. Why would they even put that part in the paper, eh? Because they can't think of anything else. So the guy who got shot was 73-year-old. Halliburton County, Wednesday morning. It says he lived in the area for several years but didn't seem to have any friends. Well, that's a wise thing at times, because often the friends aren't your friends in the first place, and they're often heavily into booze. And even the older ones are into drugs big time, a lot of them too. And if he wanted to be by himself, that is his choice. That is his choice, folks, you see. So there you go. That's a good reason for, that's it. And it says the CBC News has confirmed the victim's identification, but is waiting for police to name him after they notify his next of kin. The Ontario Provincial Police said the man had refused to wear a mask and allegedly assaulted a grocery store employee, allegedly, right, before driving away. They could say it could just be an argument, and they'll put it down as assault, who knows. He was later, the cops followed him home, apparently. He was later shot dead. Well, that's a good excuse. He was a loner, eh? He liked peace and quiet, and, there you go. That's a good reason to kill him, eh? You understand where did they dig this stuff up? It says he was a very reclusive man, says a neighbour, eh? He's been here, I'd say, between 8 to 10 years. And it mentions the neighbour, right? He built a big new house. That's a good reason they won't like him. And will not have, he will not have nothing to do with anybody. Oh, really? That means he'll have something to do with somebody. He won't even speak. He just very, very much to himself, doesn't want anybody around. And he had big no trespassing signs. Well, often you'll need them too, otherwise you get all kinds of nuisances. And snowmobiles going through in the winter, and ATVs going through in the summer. He's a strange, strange man, he added. Well, that's a good reason to kill him. And see, is this the best they can come up with here? Huh? There you go. So police were called to a Value Mart in Minden just after 8 a.m. Wednesday. And it says they spotted the man's car and tried to stop it, but they refrained in the interest of public safety before doing a follow-up investigation. According to the SIU, the man drove away and an officer saw the car and started following it for a short while. So they got his license plate and then they made their way to his home on Indian Point Road. Outside the home, there was an interaction and 2 police officers fired their guns. There you go. So there you go. That's it. So I guess you really have to be careful now, because I've said before, a lot of the people who work in the stores are absolutely hysterical. Now, they are. And I've heard them yelling at people. Yelling at people, You, get over there, Get, that kind of thing. And it wouldn't take much to start off a really big argument with them. And the cops will side with them immediately, Well, you see, they're in the store, they're in charge of the store and so on. And that's just the way it turns out to be, eh? All because of a lot of nonsense that literally would never have happened unless it was this whole pathetic terror campaign put out by the media. This working hand in glove with Big Pharma, obviously. And the big WEF boys and gals and the global masters, eh? And once again, you get fed up with it. Oh, you don't need a mask now. Oh, you need it now, eh? Oh, you only need it in some places. No, you got to wear it everywhere now. Yeah, as they have you jumping and again, chasing your shadow, basically. But folk are dying, not just in the hospitals with this nonsense, getting stuck on ventilators, as I said before, when they shouldn't even be on them. There's other treatments. And and now, of course, there's folk in the National Health Services in Britain and elsewhere who came out before and talked about what was happening. And now they can't. They've all been threatened with their jobs if they speak to the press about what's happening. This is tyranny, folks. This is incredible tyranny. I think back to the 9/11, 2001, and how they immediately went into a wartime scenario that was planned by the same group in the Bush campaign, who backed him up and were all part of the cabinet and so on. The PNAC group, the Project for a New American Century, that really wasn't for America at all. And they published their list of countries they wanted to be taken out, but they said, before 9/11 happened, they would need something on the scale of a Pearl Harbor event to get public opinion to back them for these wars that they had planned. And bingo, they got 9/11 came along, on a practice rehearsal day for the towers to be hit. It was just coincidence. And they told the Air Force that normally comes in to any, because they know who's coming in, what flights are coming in, what paths are supposed to be on. And they're scrambled immediately when they veer off their path and head towards the cities. And they're told to stand down. I think it was Cheney and Rumsfeld at the top that were in charge of that particular day's tests. You can't make this stuff up. This is published stuff. It's not made up stuff from conspiracy sites. It's admitted to. It came out during inquiries. So anyway, you're living through amazing times. So a Pearl Harbor event to get a wartime scenario. It's always important for big changes to get a wartime scenario. Carl Quigley, right? You can get more done socially, like changing society, in 5 years of war than 50 years of peace using propaganda and persuasion. See? So bingo, COVID, bingo. The facts don't matter. Doesn't matter. Numbers don't matter. Folk not dying doesn't matter. This is to change the system, the global reset, remember. A wartime scenario. You'll do what you're told under wartime scenario. The police get more brutal, obviously, when they're given these kind of intimations of more power. Obviously, again, the same police are told to stand down and will stand down when folk are going around burning cities. We're in trouble. I hope you realize that. This is not going to be pleasant, going through these big transitions. Not pleasant at all. And it's planned that way. Planned. And there'll be tremendous casualties. Never mind the folk who've already died by getting put in and stuff, and getting these darn things stuck down their trachea. And rather than traditional treatments, like medical treatments that they have. Right? I'll put that article up again, the one where you actually hear a doctor tell you how much they get paid if they put down a COVID diagnosis and get them on a ventilator. It's like 40 grand extra in the hospitals. But we're going to go through bad times. And out of it too, they're going to get folk out of the country, Agenda 21, right, for the 21st century. If you read the agenda for the 21st century, the breakdowns here, looking like 2030 and all the rest of it, 2050, these are just the milestones to get so much of it implemented. But the actual agenda for the 21st century had everything that has to happen in the 100 years span. Right? And again, no private vehicles. Well, shortly there'll be no gasoline vehicles at all. They've already said they're going to have them off the road by 2030 anyway. And this global reset is going to help, because if folk can't be allowed to drive so much, then you're going to cut back on the creation of gasoline and diesel. And then you're going to get your rationing, folks. Then you'll be in trouble. And the government steps in with just dust off the old plan. Oh yeah, but this part we move on to now. We'll deliver to certain places for a short time, but we'll encourage everybody in the country to move out the country into the cities. Ding, 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 ding. You're starting to get a picture, eh? They need all this to happen, you see. And without it, they couldn't make it all happen. The Club of Rome and the WEF said, under this so-called crisis, right, under this crisis, COVID crisis, it says we shall be able to accomplish all the things which we couldn't accomplish by persuasion. They pretty well said the same thing as Quigley had said years before. For sustainability, you see. Using climate change as the big battering ram. I'll put again that same one of the guys who's left the climate agenda, who's said that it's pretty well all, he's apologising for terrorising the public with, oh, you're all going to die because of the climate change. He said it isn't as bad anywhere near what they're telling you it is. And he was part of it. He says under the surveys that are done now for climate change, he says that they're pretty well consistent. No matter what country they look at, children up to the age of about 10 are having nightmares for 5 years to 10 years of age, thinking the world's coming to an end because of the climate. They've terrorised the public again, you see. So getting back to the Club of Rome, they said, yeah, though, they can use all this to get all the sustainability goals, which is depopulation. How do you depopulate? Cut back energy, cut back fuel to farm the fields and the tractors and all the rest of it. Cut back on heating yourselves in the winter for the colder climates. Folk will die. You know, illnesses, pneumonia set in, all right. You don't need COVID for that, you know. And all the problems that they had in the 19th century will re-emerge again. Poor hygiene, you know, water pumps won't work. Sewage systems that filter and all will start working, yada yada, disease breaks out, yada 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 yada. That's what you get, and they want all these things to happen for a fairly rapid depopulation agenda. And of course, food. Well, and you won't get the proteins you need because they want to get on a mainly vegetarian system. And since most of the food, what you get out of that is nitrogen, of greens and so on. You can see the cattle eat all day long to make up what they need. If they're eating, they don't eat meat, so it's a nitrogen diet. You'll be eating all day long. You'll constantly be starving, and you won't put the weight on, folks. And they're going to stop that too because they want to cut back on farming. You see, sustainability. You got to understand what they mean by that. It's not keeping the present population going at its present size. Sustainable is what they've decided the number that they want to work more efficiently on the planet. Mm-hmm. Now this article is from England. And remember that so many cases were discovered today. It's because they're mandating every day more and more thousands of tests. And these are the same tests I've said before. They'll give you false positives and it really doesn't matter because the folk aren't ill. Eh? It's got nothing to do with reality. It's to get numbers up to terrify the public. Oh, there's so many. These are not cases. If you put out a basic cold virus, it'll sweep through the whole population pretty quickly. And most folk won't even get the symptom. It's weird how sometimes some folk will get it and some won't, or get symptoms of it. But most folk don't get it all at the same time. But it'll be through their system, regardless. That's how viruses all... And you have this thing called herd immunity. That's how we've always survived in society, is having herd immunity. It develops very quickly. But you hear these numbers, the 10,000 new cases today. No, these aren't folk running into hospitals saying, we're dying. No, it's just in different areas you put out more tests and you get the numbers back, right? And it doesn't mean they're even accurate. They're just so inaccurate, it's a joke. And a lot of it is computer models, by the way. Because for every one person, okay, they've actually worked out how many people could this person have met in the last week or whatever, or in the last few days, and they'll work it out. Well, maybe 15. Well, so you put down 15 more contacts on top of the one that you've tested and you've said is positive. So you now got 16 for the one person, and you keep on and on, and this is how it goes. Anyway, here, after I've read about the face mask, wearing a face mask covering in shops and supermarkets is to be made mandatory in England in a fresh move to stop the spread of the coronavirus. Well, no, you want it to spread. That's called herd immunity, folks. See, they want this to drag on for a few years if they can. So Matt Hancock, the same guy, health secretary, this poo's food in its way down, will say, and I love how they do it in Britain, they already have their speeches prepared. They should just give us it from the person who wrote the speech for them, because these speeches are all written for them, like prime ministers and politicians that are put in charge of health and whatever. So it says, he will say on Tuesday, right? So they've already read the speech, that anyone who fails to comply with the order, which comes into force July 24th, could face a fine of up to £100. So there's your threatening coercion again, see? Right? And the move follows a weekend of confusion over whether ministers as politicians intended to make face coverings compulsory after Boris Johnson said they were looking at stricter rules. The senior cabinet office minister, this is what stage, there were 5 different stages to go through. On the actual event 201 to get to the stage, stepping up, getting us used to it, stepping up, getting us used to the next step, stepping up. And this is it. Not just on mass, but on a whole way of living. Right? And it says, the senior cabinet office minister Michael Gove said Sunday he did not believe they should be mandatory and that it was better to trust people's common sense. Well, you can't have that when there's a big agenda at stake here. And by the way, as I say, Matt Hancock is the guy who admitted, I put the little video up when he talked about it, when he's telling folk near the beginning of this whole thing, because they're always hearing, so many folk have died of COVID. No, they weren't dying of COVID. They may have had COVID. It's like, as I've said before, a virus can go through millions of the population in weeks. Millions and millions. And most folk won't even know they've had anything wrong with them. There's all kinds of viruses, and even the family of COVID is quite big as well. And they don't bother you, most of them, you see. And you get herd immunity then. And when you've all got herd immunity, it dies off. It can't find a target anymore, so it dies off. And you've got immunity. And they're trying to say, it won't last long, your immunity. No. Generally, your immunity will last about 10 years to a virus. And if it's still in circulation after a few months, and you'd had it months ago, if it was even waning in you, it wouldn't get a chance to wane because you're constantly coming in contact with it, which reinforces your own immunity against it. You've already built up the antibodies, and you build more. That's how it works. You don't suddenly stop making them. Anyway, it says here that, a weekend of confusion. So Matt Hancock, remember, he said in the video that, because he was talking about folk panicking and all that, he says, people have been dying before this all came along. He says, you got to remember in Britain, it says 10,000 die. He says, I think it was every week or something. He says 10,000 die every week, or he's giving you the stats, you see, births and deaths. Folk in this day and age, because they don't tell you about folk dying all the time, which is happening every day, right? And other ones get born every day. But because they don't talk about it, they're all terrified. I think folk are only dying of COVID now, you see. I've got an article here, a guy died in a motorcycle, an amazing motorcycle accident. A young guy, and they put him down as COVID as well. It makes no difference, you see. You could all have it in your system. It makes no difference. You would never know. Never know. And if they're using a swab test, it's useless anyway. Yeah. And if you use a blood test and they find you got antibodies, then you're immune to it. But again, facts don't matter, eh? So there you go, mandatory again. And then you've got this one here. Another one, effects of wearing the N95 and surgical face masks on heart rate, thermal stress, and subjective sensations. It won't make any difference because they're going to mandate it regardless, you see. This was first put out on 2005, May the 26th, and it's Occupational Environmental Health, and from PMC, US National Library of Medicine. So it gives you the effects of it, wearing it on your heart rate, thermal stress, and subjective sensations. It was aimed at investigating the effects of wearing the N95 and surgical face masks with and without nano-functional treatments on thermophysiological responses and the subjective perception of discomfort. And they go through the methods and so on. 5 healthy male, 5 healthy female participants performed intermittent exercise in a treadmill while wearing the mask in a climate chamber controlled at air temperature of 25 degrees centigrade and a relative humidity of 70%. 4 types of face masks, including an N95, 3M8210, and surgical face masks, which were treated with nano-functional materials, were used in the study, and the results are the subjects had significantly lower average heart rates when wearing nano-treated and untreated surgical face masks than when wearing nano-treated and untreated N95 face masks. The outer surface temperatures of both surgical face masks were significantly higher than that of both N95. On the other hand, the microclimate and skin temperatures inside the face mask were significantly lower than those in both N95 face masks. Both surgical face masks had significantly higher absolute humidity outside the surface than both the N95 face masks. And they go through all this too, how they got feelings of sensations of itchy, unfit, tight, itchy, fatigued. They felt fatigued. There was an odorous and salty taste that were obtained while the subject was wearing the surgical face mask. And there were significant differences in preference between the nano-treated and untreated surgical face masks between the surgical and N95 face masks. So they go through it all there. And if you've seen I don't know if you've seen, if you wear these things in a hospital scenario, you end up with blotches in your skin and everything because it's getting this moisture all the time naturally the humidity from your breath alone builds up inside and not in the mask. Everything is wet and damp. And again, it clogs the air coming in and out of the mask, basically. So anyway, this is mainly to do with perception of discomfort and physiological measurements and so on. And it's more important to see if they passed out on the treadmill. That's what I'm looking for here. And I can't even be bothered looking that very deeply for it because they go into the different heart rates and so on. And reaching the peaks at the end of the third exercise session, etc., etc. And the temperature changes in the heart rate under the influence of the 4 kinds of face masks. They certainly parried this study big time. But anyway, obviously you're going to cut off your oxygen supply to an extent. So you can't do heavy exercise for any length of time, even if you're young, etc. And if you can't get the CO2 out quick enough either, then you start to suffer from that as well. Anyway, I'll put these articles up. And another one too is by Helena Handbasket. We're all going to Helena Handbasket, right? So this one's about you can't mask stupidity, and when do we get our collars and shackles, massa, you see? Because we're all slaves now, you see. That's how they used to. They used to actually put masks on slaves. For folk who don't know that. In the dark days of slavery, masks were used as a form of control over the slaves. It not only made them more compliant, but also prevented them communicating with their unfortunate fellow slaves. This is rightly seen as a form of physical and psychological torture. For thousands of years, these torture devices were used to silence women, but were more generally used to keep slaves in line and compliant with their masters. Modern mask wearing to prevent the spread of microscopic virus particles is not only unscientific, it's also a form of compliance to so-called experts who claim that these surgical N95 masks actually work as they claim. They certainly do not, and therefore we must come to the conclusion there's another reason behind these mandatory diktats that we must all wear these muzzles or gags. These come from people with no medical qualifications or training, and therefore no authority to give orders to wear such medical equipment. There also appears to be no medical exemptions, and therefore those with underlying health conditions are at serious risk of major health complications as a result of simply going about their daily business of buying essential items for life, such as food, medication, etc. But these masks are a health hazard for all who are forced to comply. And it's true, you know. And you'll see it. You'll see the people with the mask. It doesn't matter what kind of mask they got on. And they keep digging their fingers into where the nose part is. And by that time, if there's any viruses, or even bacteria, by the way, it'll come through with osmosis. It's through basically capillary action between fibers and so on. When you get moisture going through to a certain level, it starts to pull it through from behind it. It'll pull more through. That's how capillary action works through material. And along comes viruses. And so here you are. They're constantly got their fingers at their nose, mouth part, generally pulling the mask away a bit and putting it back there. And if you want contamination, they're passing it on. I saw a woman in a food shop doing that, you know, and she was serving the customers. I thought, oh no. So yeah, this is common. There's nothing to do with reality here. It really isn't, you know. So it says here, but these masks are a health hazard for all who are forced to comply. There are many studies showing issues from oxygen depletion to heart rate problems. And I guess you'll find that too with the last study I mentioned before, the so-called official one. You can't go an exercise machine and cut off your oxygen to reduce it. You're going to suffer. That's why, as I say, you don't have flaps over your nostrils. CO2 toxicity through re-inhalation or exhaled breath, headaches, fatigue, and blood acidity, risking cancerous cells and other health issues. It says the case for wearing masks is in serious doubt, as outlined in the above report, and it gives you links as well. All these things I put up, mind you, have links here from government links too. There's one's NCBI, and it's National Institute of Health for government, telling you about these problems, right? And the British Medical Journal is there too. This isn't speculation from conspiracy sites. The only conspiracy sites now you'll get are from the ones that Mr. Fauci thinks keep coming out with. Now he's telling you that even though his orders back in March were opposite of today, where he was telling, folk, don't wear masks, no. Only folk in the hospitals need to wear masks and medical super. Now he's telling everybody must wear them now. It doesn't matter, they're contradictory, you know. And he wants everybody to wear them now. He doesn't see any problem with the dilemma of the two opposing theories put out by himself. But that's not called conspiracy, you know. Even though the companies that are going to make big money, he is kind of involved with them all. I think. That's my opinion anyway. But it says here, and it's not hard to justify it, inappropriate use of face masks. People must not touch their masks, must change their single-use masks frequently. That's what they say, by the way. The ones you're wearing, right, where you feel the moisture build up, you're supposed to throw them away every 20 minutes or so. And single-use masks frequently are potential side effects we must consider are the quality and the volume of speech between two people wearing masks is considerably compromised. That can lead, by the way, in the stores, again, when you've got hysterical people serving you and shouting at people as though they're in a lineup, like a prison camp. Eh? That's what some of them are doing now. And here, their speech is muffled. The people that they're yelling at, the customers, their speech or replies are going to be muffled. So you get tempers get up and rising, and it could lead to folk getting led off and getting shot, I suppose. It really can. Of course it can. If you know people who worked in hospitals, ask someone who's worked especially in confined spaces, an emergency, or else an operating theatre, where everybody's wearing masks. And some of them too, especially the ones like operating theatres, it's echoey, because it's a soundproof room in a sense, and generally tiled and so on, so it can get properly scrubbed out and sterilised. That's the ceilings, walls and everything, and floors. And when they're wearing masks, believe you me, everything is so muffled and echoey, even if you're all talking the same language and the same dialect and accent. It's confusing enough, but when you get it from people from all over the world working together, incredibly terrible things happen at times, because no one really understands anybody else. And it's all muffled. Was that his left leg or his right leg? That's what happened. I'm not kidding you. That's what happens. So here you put that environment into the stores and so on, and you get people who are terrified because they tune into their daily terror every day, the news, people like Fauci and so on, and then they're serving the customers there, and then they start yelling at customers because they don't. Again, when that mask's on the customers as well, they don't see them as individual people anymore. They see them as just a mass, like cattle. And then they start yelling at them, and they obey like cattle, and you have less respect for them. So it just gets worse and worse as they start yelling at folk. That's what happens. That's exactly what happens, folks. And it's meant to be that way. They know what they're doing, especially when the mask thing is a bit nonsense, especially when everybody wearing them is touching their face all the time anyway. But this article goes on to say that the quality and the volume of speech between them is compromised. And they may unconsciously come closer, trying to understand each other, while one may be trained to counteract side effects. This side effect may be more difficult to tackle. Wearing a face mask makes the exhaled air go onto the eyes, and it does. It blows up in your, even that little band, that metal band you get over the nose thing. Eventually, as it gets clogged up with the moisture, the air is going to get out some way, and it gets round outside of the seal, and it goes up around your eyes, and you feel it blowing up in your eyes all the time, and your eyes start stinging, right? And it says in the article here, this generates an uncomfortable feeling and an impulse to touch your eyes. If your hands are contaminated, you're infecting yourself. But you're infecting other people too, obviously. And face masks make breathing more difficult. Well, that's a genius said that one, eh? But this is from experts. This is the CDC and the NCBI and the NIH.gov, eh? And again, it's from a few years ago, where it was more honest about what it would do. Honesty goes out the window when there's a big agenda at work. But anyway, this article continues and says, so yeah, for people with COPD, right, it says face masks are in fact intolerable to wear as they worsen their breathlessness. I wonder if that old guy had that too, probably. Moreover, a fraction of carbon dioxide previously exhaled is inhaled at each respiratory cycle. Those two phenomena increase breathing frequency and deepness, and hence the increased amount of inhaled and exhaled air. This may worsen the burden of COVID-19 if infected people wearing masks spread more contaminated air. This may also worsen the clinical condition of infected people if the enhanced breathing pushes the viral loads down into their lungs. So it can actually make it worse. I think it's maybe intentional, this thing that's going on. You see, if you're just breathing normally and get a loading dose, see, this is what you get, loading doses of any infection, right? And it often depends how much you catch at once. The more something that can overwhelm your immune system quickly with a big heavy dose, you see. Well, if you're just breathing it casually and it's not getting forced down the deep areas of your lungs, but now you're breathing through this darn mask, eh? And it says it may worsen the clinical condition of infected people if the enhanced breathing pushes the viral load down into their lungs. This is from the official websites of the people who had no axe to grind at the time, quite a few years ago, eh? And it says, two of the effects described at point 5 are amplified if face masks are heavily contaminated. That means also with moisture and so on from your breath. While impending person-to-person transmission is key to limiting the outbreak, so far little importance has been given to the events taking place after transmission has happened, when innate immunity plays a crucial role. The main purpose of the innate immune response is to immediately prevent the spread and movement of foreign pathogens throughout the body. The innate immunity's efficacy is highly dependent on the viral load. That's what I was talking about, viral load, you see. Face masks determine a habitat where the SARS-CoV-2 can remain active due to the water vapor continuously provided by breathing and catching the mask fabric. They determine an increase in viral load, and therefore they can cause a defeat of the innate immunity and an increase in infections. So this article here is quite decent, and it's got articles going back for years up to the present on the same article, and it's from the official areas, as I said before: NCBI, NIM, NIH, government, PMC articles, and the BMJ, British Medical Journal, and other ones too, and. So there you go. Everything that's happening today goes against all the previous accepted course of actions to take in such an event as we're having now. Africa has always been a great test ground for the big pharmas and medical industry. I remember seeing a good movie. I can't even remember the name of it. But it wasn't that good, maybe it was kind of boring actually, but the whole idea was it was a common enough occurrence where big pharma would pay companies to go down and do testing in village areas in Latin America and in Africa. And that thing that's always been done, you see. And it's quite easy to bribe a headman or a few chiefs and so on, head people, to allow them in, and then they put out their propaganda for the people, and we're going to give you free health care for certain diseases, and they can lie to them quite easily, because the folk really believe they can't. It's hard to believe that folk can go on and use you as guinea pigs. They're always there to help you, right? But they do that. That's what they do, and a lot of the stuff that's eventually used in the West is tested out in these places. And it's easy to keep quiet the terrible fallouts from certain things in the past. That's a fact. And the movie I'm talking about too was really based on things that had really happened. Terrible, horrible things that happened with certain vaccination programs that were being tested. I should remember the name of it. But anyway, it says Africa to become the testing grounds for Trust Stamp. This is interesting. Trust Stamp vaccine record and payment system. Okay. So here you go again. A new biometric identity platform. Again, this is your whole passport, immunity passport, with a different name again. It says partnered with the Gates-funded Gavi Vaccine Alliance. This guy has got his hands in all these pies. This front man for the big global elites. It says, and MasterCard. So here again, you got MasterCard, the cash system, and Gavi Vaccine Alliance will launch in West Africa and combine COVID-19 vaccinations, cashless payments, and potential law enforcement applications. There you go. And so it says, it evolves just as you evolve. This platform, you see, is set to be introduced in low-income remote communities in West Africa thanks to a public-private partnership between Bill Gates-backed Gavi Vaccine Alliance, MasterCard, and the AI-powered identity authentication company Trust Stamp is called. First launched in the late 2018, the program, and it will see the Trust Stamp's digital identity platform integrated into the Gavi MasterCard Wellness Pass. All of this wellness thing, That also teaches you mental health too, by the way. And a lot of commentary according to your personality, your wellness card. If you're compliant, or you're individual, eccentric, or a bit non-compliant, a bit ASBO, as they say in Britain. It's a digital vaccination record and identity system that is also linked to MasterCard's click-to-play system that's powered by its AI and machine learning technology called NuData, N-U-Data, NuData. So MasterCard, in addition to professing its commitments to promoting centralized record-keeping of childhood immunization, also describes itself as a leader towards a world beyond cash. And its partnership with Gavi marks a novel approach towards linking a biometric digital identity system, vaccination records, and a payment system into a single cohesive platform. The effort, since its launch nearly 2 years ago, has been funded via $3.8 million in Gavi donor funds, in addition to be matched to a donation of the same amount by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So I'll put this one up as well for those who care. There's so much to remember, isn't it? And you can't stop. It's like, I always like the Sherlock Holmes novels, because in the novels you sometimes hear Sherlock talking about his attic, where everything, all the information that he knew and acquired in his life that was stored in his brain, you see, in his skull, his attic. And he says sometimes you've got to start moving stuff out the attic to make room for new, you see. And today, don't forget, it's a technique which works awfully well on most folk. It's overwhelming people. I read the articles over the last few years, a few years ago I should say, with from again psychological and behavioural programs on the public, studies on us all, and how they could quite easily overwhelm us with data. It doesn't mean it have to be real facts or truth or anything, just data, bits and bytes of data, until we would close down. And when you close down, then if they want you to actually follow a routine or an agenda, you become more compliant when you close down, because you can't think for yourselves. You're just overwhelmed with data. Well, this is what they're using with all of this today with you as well. So always keep, it's like looking across a sea at night and you see a lighthouse. Always keep yourself focused on that point of light way out yonder over the darkness, because see, if you don't lose sight of that, don't get distracted, that's your goal. And that way you don't become confused with all the overwhelming data that's heaped upon you daily. Another one here too is Gavi and MasterCard join forces to reach more children with, here's the big selling point, life-saving vaccines. There's so many saints out there working for big corporations for money and for big global vaccine companies and things. Where would we be without them, eh? I'll tell you. So it says that, it actually gives you a Facebook live interview too with Michael Froman, Vice Chairman and President of MasterCard Strategic Growth, and Dr. Seth Berkley, Gavi's CEO, discussing why innovation in digital ID is key to Gavi's mission. Well, they'll have their missions, but regardless of their missions, maybe we should just tell them, we have our own ideas as well, and they better maybe put forth their various missions for our opinions. Huh? So it goes into December 2018 in Abu Dhabi, and MasterCard and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, announced today at a high-level conference for Gavi's 2018 midterm review a new transformative partnership to ensure more children from the poorest countries are able to benefit from life-saving immunization programs. You understand, we pay for all these things, the programs, don't you, from the West. We pay for it all. It's not for nothing. None of these things do for nothing. And then it says this partnership will leverage MasterCard expertise and technology, enabling ministries of health and authorized health workers to provide a card with a digital immunization record to each participating child's caregiver. By empowering caregivers to stay on track to receive critical vaccinations, the program aims to strengthen the efficiency and reach of health services in developing countries where children are most at risk of missing out on immunization. And it's so true that the articles over the years where Mr. Gates has been sued heavily by even India for some of the fallouts from some of the programs over there too. Eh? Mm-hmm. But that facts don't matter. Eh? Yeah. Another article, tens of thousands of coronavirus tests have been, this is a good one, double counted, officials admit. I tell you, they must have been wringing their hands, and woe is me. So 2 samples taken from the same patient are being recorded as 2 separate tests in the government's official figures. Well, I am shocked. I am really just taken aback that they would stoop to this level to jack up the numbers. And it says that it's by Mason Boycott Owen and Paul Nookie. I don't know who wrote this. Surely it's not a real name. And this article is from where? Where is it from? They've got articles in this article from the Telegraph in England, for instance. 2 articles from the Telegraph. again with Matt Hancock's talking about coronavirus tests, etc. But it says here that tens of thousands of COVID-19 have been double counted in the government's official tally. Diagnostic tests which involve taking saliva and nasal samples from the same patient are being... It's amazing how your mind thinks at times, isn't it? I was thinking the movie Idiocracy as a comedy, where the guy gets put in an arm experiment and wakes up in the future where people are living on heaps of garbage dumps and stuff because they don't know what to do with their garbage, and the people who bred heavily were the lower level people, and so this guy literally becomes a genius because he's average intelligence, but in the future he's a genius, and but he does go in for a test for something, and we went to the hospital. It's like it's coming that way now, actually. He was in the hospital and goes into the admissions area, and the woman behind the desk doesn't speak in to him at all. She just kind of looks at him in a glazed sort of way. And in front of him is almost a huge computer screen, and it's got symbols rather than words. So you got a knee, and you got a little lightning strike, like sore knee, and all the different parts. And so eventually he touches the one he wants, and he goes into a lineup. And in the lineup, there's a whole bunch of folk there too, before him and after him. And when it comes your turn, the guy says, "This tube is to go in your mouth. This one's to go in the lower regions, and another one goes somewhere else." And when it's his turn, the guy says, he puts them all in the right places. And "Oh, sorry, that's the other way around." So he put the one in his lower region in his mouth. That's where we're getting to today with all this nonsense. But I was reading this about sticking up things up your nose and then your mouth. What one are they using first, I wonder, are they using it in both places, or they change their mind? Anyway, that's just the way my mind works at times when I see how ridiculous things have become. So it says here, back to the article, it says about 350,000 more tests have been reported in government data than people tested since the state of the pandemic. No wonder you're getting huge figures going up, eh? No wonder you're getting huge figures spiking up. I mean, that's a lot, 350,000 more tests, right, than were actually done. The discrepancy is in large part explained by the practice of counting saliva and nasal samples from the same individual twice. So that's what they're doing. They're putting, rather than say they both came from the same person, they'll put the person down twice, you see. In the Public Health England oversees the testing of patients who are seriously ill in hospital, as well as the most critical key workers. The test involves a swab from the mouth and nose, as well as a sample of saliva. Idiocracy. Although both of these are taken from the same patient, they're counted twice by the government in its daily data. It's not the first time government has been caught massaging the testing data. It was accused last month, including thousands of home tests, which have been posted but not completed in a bid to reach its target of 100,000 tests. It goes on and on, and it's got different bits and pieces inside of it. I don't know who wrote this one here, this article, but it's got good links inside it regardless. It's quite funny. So we'll see. Because again, you need a bit of humour during all these particular times as well. Now, National Health Service consultant says staff are being silenced over COVID-19. And although we cannot verify his or her identity, we still think our readers should see it because it dovetails with other verified reports. And if it's what it alleges to be, it sheds concerning light on the state of things inside the healthcare system. It talks about this is supposedly coming from a consultant, a major regional hospital in Surrey, England. But by major, you can take that to indicate that we have arts and admissions in the emergency department. And they gave an interview in an anti-lockdown to an anti-lockdown activist, in which I would have revealed my identity. I've long since changed my mind, or I've since changed my mind, and only feel able to give an anonymous statement changed his mind simply because that all staff, no matter what grade, at all hospitals have been warned that if they give any media interviews at all or make any statements to either the mainstream press or smaller independent press or social media, we may immediately be suspended without pay. And he goes on about having a family, dependents, and so on. I therefore cannot reveal my identity, in my opinion, and that of my many colleagues. There has been no COVID pandemic, certainly not in the Surrey region. And I've heard from other colleagues that this picture is the same throughout the country. Hospital would normally expect to see around 350,000 outpatients a year. Around 95,000 patients are admitted to hospital in a normal year, and we would expect to see around a similar figure, perhaps 100,000 patients pass through admissions in emergency departments. In the months from March to June inclusive, we would normally expect to see 100,000 outpatients, around 30,000 patients admitted to hospital, and 30,000 pass through. That's about 4 months period. This year, and these figures are almost impossible to get hold of, we are over 95% down on all those numbers. In effect, the hospital has been pretty much empty for that entire period. And he goes through what happened and so on. The few COVID tests that we have had repeatedly tested, and every single test counted as a new case. So there you get, that ties in with the last article too, eh? Meaning the figures reported back to, and again they give the official statistic office and so on for public health, were almost exponentially inflated. It could be that COVID cases reported by hospitals are between 5 to 10% higher than the real number of cases. There's been no pandemic, and this goes a long way to explain why figures for the UK are so much higher than anywhere else in Europe. It's because they're literally jacking up all the numbers. Now I'm going to put up a link as well to an awfully good article, which is an individual study of the whole COVID plague, or no plague, and death rate and so on. But it's by Dennis G. Rancourt, PhD. And it says here, Ontario Civil Liberties Association. He's a researcher. I didn't know we had civil liberties in Ontario, but there you go. But anyway, it's from ResearchGate, and it's a well-done study of using the overall death rate annual, basically, in different countries and different seasons, from winter into spring and to summer and so on. But it's very interesting, his conclusion, because his hypothesis is that it's really look at no plague. And he says here, and it's a likely signature of mass homicide by government response. And before you go all off and say, oh my God, how ridiculous is this conspiracy and so on, the fellow does incredible detailed work here, year by year, showing you, rather than get the fudged figures with tests and so many folk have had it or whatever, have it, or as they're fudging it and so on. He simply goes into the death rates, overall death rates, which can't be fudged, you see. Dying of all kinds of things, especially in spring and winter and all that, when most bronchial problems happen in the winter time. But he goes on to say here that, and it's about 27 pages. It's a good study of the this whole phenomena of what they call COVID, or SARS-CoV-2. And the way the governments responded even shows you the spikes in all countries that happened as soon as it was declared as had been a pandemic, and governments were encouraged to go into pandemic mode. And that's when you had this sudden spike, mainly in the elderly across the place, all dying in homes and so on, because the staff were freaked out, didn't know how to treat them or even look after them. Suddenly everybody, it's true, the staff, and most of the staff, remember, are not trained in all these elderly homes. They're really like assistants, they're caregivers. They clean up and they feed and things like that. And they were petrified too. The studies that already came out, which were in the newspapers, admitted that some of them were deserted. They're just terrified. Just left the patients, and terrible death really happened. So what he's saying is that the response of governments is what caused the deaths, all these deaths. And then afterwards, that when that died down too, it shows you that the morbidity, the deaths, I should say, of all the people so far, according to the previous graphs, and he's got them all here from all the official sources, it didn't spike at all, really. It just happened when the WHO declared the pandemic and they went into pandemic mode, and it's the results of how the people were treated in pandemic mode, especially in places like New York, where they had them all on ventilators, and you got the data, most of them, a good 80% on ventilators died because they were stuck on these things, and they were getting just mentioned it here, but they were getting about $40,000 extra for putting them on ventilators, by the way. So there's definitely a financial incentive for these hospitals to do it. But regardless, back to this study, and it's a well-detailed study with lots of links to the articles. He takes these information from the CDC and national statistics of all kinds. It's quite well worked out, actually, and it would take a lot more. I've only just briefly gone over it, but a lot of data in here too. I might share it with some of my friends, because he's got official studies that were done before this pandemic came out on previous times of government's responses causing deaths again in old age homes and stuff like that, because of the response of the government to it when they were going to freak mode. And it causes excess stress, and the stress factor in the elderly too causes a lot of deaths as well. And they were thrown up in the air, thinking they're all going to die suddenly. And the stress must have been incredible in these old folks' homes. I mean, they're watching the same news too, remember, that the staff there are watching. And it's like daily horror and terror mandated by SAGE and the different organizations that were put out there to terrify the public. And saying that to really, cause more anxiety to make them comply. This is astonishing. We've got to understand this too. But there's speeches too from the WHO Director General, Tedros Adhanom, his name was Tedros Adhanom, saying about in the weeks ahead we'll see numbers of cases. We expect to see the number of cases, the number of deaths, the number of affected countries climb even higher, yada, yada, yada. And then he's telling them to get into real, almost war mode to ready the hospitals and so on. And then he compares it with the graphs of the actual deaths, that statistical deaths. You can't fudge them. You can fudge all the causes of deaths, but you can't fudge the statistics for average deaths all through the year. You see in previous years too. And it's just astonishing how the only spike that they had was when the WHO gave that speech and told them to get into that basically war mode for it. And everybody panicked, governments panicked, decided putting infected folk in with non-infected, and the stress factor in these elderly homes must have been honestly phenomenal. Imagine being in one of these homes and you're getting written off pretty well. Oh, they're all going to, it's just so elderly that are going to die. I mean, that's what you kept hearing, eh? Well, so were these folk hearing the same news as well every night. And then the staff were terrified. Oh, we may get it off the old folks, so they desert the homes. Oh, quite something, eh? But this individual who did this study, he just go to the different studies, previous studies all done, puts it together, shows you the graphs, and it's got all the data, the official stuff. And that's one thing, as I say, you can't really fudge, is the actual death rate per annum, per country. And he's got them for quite a few years for each country, maybe for the last 10 years here and there. And he's got interpreting the all-cause mortality COVID peak, because everybody's been lumped in as COVID death, right? But he goes through that as well. This is a synchronicity of the onset of its surge across continents and immediately following the WHO declaration of the pandemic. That's where it suddenly all happened. And the USA state-to-state absence or presence for the same viral ecology on the same territory being correlated with nursing home events and government actions rather than any known viral strain discernment. So basically he's blaming the governments for killing the people. And it gives you all the articles too, and the links to them, media articles and institutional memos for your study. New study finds nearly all coronavirus patients put on ventilators died. That was in Newsbreak in the Hill, 23rd April 2020. And this is new healthcare data suggests that almost half of coronavirus patients placed on ventilators die. First reported by CNN, the data was gathered at Northwell Health, New York State's largest hospital system, revealed that about 20% of COVID-19 patients passed away and 88% of those placed on ventilators died. And daughter blames chaos of COVID-19 pandemic for mother's rapid decline. And that was Regina Leader Post 29th May 2020. And the Star Phoenix.com, Saskatchewan daughter blames the chaos of COVID-19 pandemic for mother's rapid decline. It says Sue Nimigir's mother never had COVID-19, but she still counts her as a victim of the disease. She never tested positive, but the chaos of the pandemic itself around us, we feel, took her away just too soon. Nimigir's told the board of the Saskatchewan Health Authority, I guess her mum was in an elderly home. The chaos in these homes, you can imagine that daily, almost terror amongst them, and the fear of the staff as well, who were getting horrified and watching the news every day. Another one, a deeply disturbing report into Ontario care homes, released BBC 27th May 2020, and the link is here too. It says Mr. Ford said a full investigation has been launched into the allegations, which included claims that facilities smelt of rotten food, infested with cockroaches and flies, and the elderly people were left for hours crying for help with staff not responding. The staff were petrified, and a lot of them didn't turn up for work. Happened all over, same in Canada. Montreal, when a guy who ran a whole chain of these nursing homes literally had been, he was some kind of felon already, and they're only now looking in and say, how on earth did he get a license to run these homes? It was just incredible what they found there. These were not cheap homes either. These are private, I think, some of them. And it says, nothing can justify this destruction of people's lives. Yoram Last, former director of Israel's health ministry, on the hysteria around COVID-19. That was in Spiked, 22nd May 2020. It says it's the first epidemic in history which is accompanied by another epidemic, the virus of the social networks. These new media have brainwashed entire populations. What you get is fear and anxiety and an inability to look at real data, and therefore you have all the ingredients for monstrous hysteria. It's what's known in science as positive feedback or a snowball effect. The government is afraid of its constituents. Therefore, it implements draconian measures, and the constituents look at the draconian measures and become even more hysterical. It's a loop, you see. And then Cuomo in New York downplays calls for federal probe into nursing home coronavirus deaths. Asked President Trump, he says, that's the excuse he gave. That's when he was asked how he put all these infected folk in with non-infected until they were all infected and folk died. So New York Cuomo said Wednesday brushed off calls for the Department of Justice to open an investigation into the massive number of deaths in the state's nursing homes during the coronavirus pandemic, claiming he was only following guidelines, typical politician, from the Trump administration and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. While no formal probe has been announced, this speculation comes amid scrutiny of his March 25 directive that required nursing homes to take on new patients infected with COVID-19. The links are all here. That's Fox News, that one. And it even has the one too, where he pretty well ordered them to accept infected patients. And it says, during this global health emergency, all NHS must comply with expedited receipt of residents returning from hospitals to NHS. Residents are deemed appropriate for return to NH upon a determination by the hospital physician or designee that the resident is medically stable for return. No resident shall be denied readmission or admission to the NH solely based on a confirmed or suspected diagnosis of COVID-19. NH is prohibited from requiring a hospitalised resident who is determined medically stable to be tested for COVID-19 prior to admission or readmission. So they're telling them they had to accept them, even though they would definitely have certain positive ones amongst them. Incredible what's happened. It's true enough. You understand this is a massive agenda. I've already said this is a lot of people have been sacrificed already for this agenda. This is an agenda. Come on here. You don't have mock trials of a pandemic just before it all breaks out, and you follow it to the letter exactly as you would do in the so-called test that you already had, and hand all this power into private organizations, pharma companies, and vaccine companies working with government. Come on here, come on. And then literally anyone who complains about it loses all social media access and are banned for mentioning the obvious. This is tyranny to the nth degree here. But anyway, this fellow has got a lot of articles from the Globe and Mail about what we've been talking about here. And here's one in Canada. It's from the Globe and Mail. Most of the nursing and retirement home residents who have succumbed to COVID-19 in Canada died inside the virus-stricken understaffed facilities as hospital beds sat empty. Isn't that a statement? That was the same in Britain too, though. And another one too, and that was from the Globe and Mail, and then there's no evidence lockdown saved lives. It is indisputable. They caused great harm. That was by Briggs. And 40 May 2020, and W.M. Briggs Compost, who says, in the end it does not come down to country or even city level statistics. It comes down to people. Each individual catches the bug or not, lives or dies, not because of their country, but because of themselves, their health, their circumstances. Any given individual might have benefited from self-quarantine and loss of job, just as any given individual might have come to a bad end from a lockdown. The lockdowns caused a bad ends. And then hospitals get paid more to list patients as COVID-19 by Tom Kirchner. That was in PolitiFact, 21st April 2020. It says it's standard for Medicare to pay a hospital roughly 3 times as much for a patient who goes on a ventilator as for one who doesn't. Medicare is paying 20% add-ons to its regular hospital payments for the treatment of COVID-19 victims. That's a result of a federal stimulus law. That's PolitiFact.com. And CDC from Stat News, it says 80,000 people died of flu last winter in the US, the highest death toll in 40 years by Associated Press. Stat News, 26 December 2018. So this is an estimated 80,000 died of flu, US, America, and its complications last winter, and it says the disease's highest death toll in at least 4 decades. So within 40 years, it was the highest death toll. That was in 2018, I guess, flu. The Director of Centers and Disease Control Prevention, Dr. Robert Redfield, revealed the total in an interview Tuesday night with the Associated Press. Well, there was no lockdown and stopping off everything then, was there? When it was 4 times as many folk died then. Of flu and complications of it. As with Stanford and different studies by well-known organizations, universities, and the NCBI, Ministry of Health, and National Institute of Health, and so on, .gov, yada, 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 stacks of them. But the fact is, it's well laid out what he's showing you in the different graphs from the official sources, not the usual stuff that you can't figure out. This is the total deaths for the month, the week, or the day, or the year, because that's how they're deliberately put out, most of them. He goes just by deaths, you see, to show you there's no spike, really, except for one little peak, and in the old folks' homes mainly, when it was declared by the WHO as a pandemic. That's when all the staff panicked and yada, yada, yada. You all know the stories. Good article, though, and you can go through it. I'll have some of my friends go through it too to see what they make of it, and to make sure it's all, up to scratch and so on. But it's well done, and the guy hits it right off the bat. He says that the governments are responsible for the homicide by the way they've treated this whole thing, by causing it to happen. Interesting, isn't it? All-cause mortality during COVID-19, no plague, and the likely signature of mass homicide by government response. Ontario Civil Liberties Association. I'll have to look it up and see what it is. I mean, I don't even know. I've never heard of it. I know in the States they have theirs, but I don't know if we got it here. We'll wait and see. Good article, though. Now remember, folks, too, again, I'll say it again, because folk forget very quickly, go to cuttingthroughthematrix.com. That's my website. You see my official sites are listed on that one site. And you can buy the books and discs at cuttingthroughthematrix.com and donate to me and help me tick along, because things are coming down fast, as I say, and eventually you'll get they'll weed all the dissenters out very quickly now, because we're going into the next stage of this big agenda. Remember, above all, the COVID idea is a big agenda, and that's what's really driving all of this. And they couldn't do it with just a climate change. It would take years to convince the public to cut back and post-consumer age and all the rest of it, and into rationing. So this way is the fastest way to bring it up. And the WEF has mentioned that very fact. They can get their agenda through this way under the COVID. And so did the Club of Rome. They're all rejoicing over it. And the businesses that eventually will be allowed to open up will be what they call sustainable and green, etc., etc. All the things that were listed in their sustainability agenda under climate change and all the other reasons and excuses they've tried in the past to bring this to pass. So, as I say, times are getting tough. You'll need the few out there that can put out the information and keep it going. And tell you at the same time, don't just panic and bury your heads in the sands either. You do what you can, however little it might be, that's positive as we get through all this for yourselves. And stay in with your friends, get some friends, and try to not to fall out and put up with each other, because you'll need each other. You always do when it comes to deep crisis like that. And because it's going to get awfully bad as they go into this total wartime mode. They won't just stop at this. They're going to go on and get the whole agenda fulfilled, by the way. So go to cuttingthroughthematrix.com and you can donate to me and help me tick along, hopefully, for as long as I can survive, however long that may be. And as I say, cash is okay, or PayPal, or checks, all the usual methods. So now here is banks use COVID as a cover to shutter branches across America. And so the office of the Comptroller of the Currency, the OCC, acting head Brian Brooks, said banks should not use the cover of the virus pandemic to shrink branch footprints across cities and towns. It's happening in Canada too, It says Brooks warned in a recent interview with the European Financial Daily newspaper that he was not prepared to revisit the fundamentals of bank regulation due to the pandemic. And it says banks shouldn't expect permanent concessions from regulators because of the virus-related issues. Many bank branches were temporarily closed for months due to virus-related shutdowns. Customers heavily relied on online services, and bankers told the FT, the Financial Times, says they hope the pandemic will allow them to accelerate branch closures. So there's your agenda again, eh? You post everything pretty well, and you definitely post interest in any savings that you have. You're not getting any savings interest in it, and some of them got negative interest rates. Are charging you for having your bank accounts and get nothing back. And now, of course, they want to close down branches as well, but they still want you to do everything cashless and go through their bank system, electronic system, so they can skim things off for every transaction. And you thought that banks were part of your community, like the ad said, we're part of your community. Oh, there you are. So it's true how fake our whole system is, and commercial system, isn't it? It's all propaganda and smiley faces and ads and stuff telling you what to think and believe, and folk fall for it. They're part of our community. They're here because they love us. So it says the national banks are preparing to shrink branch footprints, and they must inform the OCC 3 months in advance, along with a detailed explanation of the reasoning. I don't know if they have to do anything like that in Canada, because now they're expected. I know in Canada, apparently they kind of told some of their employees, some of the more senior ones maybe, to go home. They bought them all laptops and some of the branches, and told them to go home, and they'd do it all from their homes, anything that had to be done, which might have been fine for the banks, but it was just hopeless for the customers trying to get even checks cashed and things like that. But we know the future is to go cashless. Everything is, again, you're back into the system that Bertrand Russell talks about, you see. Because money is a control mechanism for you as power, for those who own all at the top. But it's for you as a control mechanism over you. And once it's totally electronic, that's how they want to punish you. That is on the agenda. If you don't toe the line and do what you're told and obey what they say and so on, to pay your rent and all that, you've got to do it cashless, you see. That's what it's all going to be, cashless transactions, a la Bertrand Russell. Everything you're living through today was planned 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. Hope you understand that. That's how things really work, you know. But I'll put this article up too. And then you've got these ones here about Britain going into higher taxes and so on. And it says here that because of the massive borrowing, again, a wartime scenario, right? And shutting down the whole economy. And this is just how do you think they'll get through in the US? This is to take the US completely down, hope you understand. It says Britain faces decades of tax rises to repair public finances after a coronavirus crisis. It hasn't even finished yet, isn't it? It's an agenda to bring you into utter poverty. That's what austerity is, folks, isn't it? It's a nice word for poverty. Huh? Anyway, I think of the States and Canada. Canada's completely dependent on the US. It was bailed out after the 2007-8 crash, planned crash or reset then. And we've lost a good 40% of the currency value of a dollar, of the buying power of a dollar since then, paying off. But it's not paid off yet totally. And every major bank branch in Canada, the big banks in Canada, every major one was getting special drawing rights as the American banks were from the US Federal Reserve. I hope you folk realize that happened. And it's all planned that way, to take you down. Eh? They always do this. They always plunder you eventually, the same banks and so on. They always do this, at least twice a century, sometimes more. And this is the big one, of course, to reset everything and the way you live into mandated austerity. To save the planet, you understand, as you start getting sick. If you think this is bad with COVID idea, or folk just dying off in the winter time, as they always do, with bronchial problems in the northern climates, you wait until you're really into austerity and you're malnourished. You wait and see the winters then. Whoa. And this is well understood, folks. You shut down entire economies for something, literally, most folk don't even know they've had. And never mind, didn't even get ill with it, most folk. And even the ones who did get ill could have been treated properly without all this mandated ventilator nonsense and so on. And the hysteria surrounding it all. It can be done logically, quietly, professionally, and efficiently, and pull them through. Definitely. But with a good lot of them anyway, no doubt about it. You know, they hate religion, don't they? What's left of it in the West. But they've said it, they're quite open about it. So they're using, and another cathedral, of course, in France got set on fire, intentionally, because that's the agenda too. But if you look at communism, and they want to destroy religion, you see, as a nuisance, because folk obey the religion, which gives them individual rights, you see, as opposed to somebody obeying government and doing what you're told. That's a fact. That's H.G. Wells talked about it too. He was all for the eradication of religion and the family unit, mind you, same as communism, for the Fabian society and for the elite that he worked for. And it's quite astonishing. The richest folk on the planet run both sides completely at the top. But what you find, I mean, they always go after religion, and Mao Zedong said it too. China, Mao Zedong, Chairman Mao, and he said the power comes from the barrel of a gun. That's what he said. And when he was asked what he's afraid of, though, when he's talking about power and guns and so on, He said it was a big idea. He's referring to religious thoughts, religious ideas, because folks will blindly follow them and put 100% of themselves into the cause of religion. And it can be a tremendously formidable enemy for any dictatorship or system. And the governments all know that, and including all the so-called democracies. And it's an awful nuisance where you say, well, no, God gives me my rights, not you. And I'll obey my God, not you. That really ticks them off, no ends, you know. So they're trying to shut down all religion. Where folk gather and they meet each other. They've got things in common. They can help each other out. This is social gathering time. The churches were tremendous social gathering places. That's where people used to, daughters and sons used to meet each other for marriage and things. This was a social thing. Vital, mind you, they want to destroy all that too. But so, it says CNA staff, it says, public masses in Scotland resumed Wednesday with a maximum number of 50 people permitted to attend regardless of church size. That's astonishing, eh? Yeah. Isn't it astonishing? I mean, God is the one that they say who will tell you how many folk are going to be permitted to come into heaven, but your state, your government tells you how many folk are permitted to go into the church. Think about it. Eh? The Scottish government permitted, mind you, the Scottish government literally is about 10 degrees left of Karl Marx. But it says permitted public masses to begin again July 15th, 118 days after they were suspended on March 19th, and 11 days after they resumed over the board in England, and a 50-person limit. If you see some of these photographs inside the churches, they're all well spaced out inside a massive high ceiling. I mean, you talk about it's almost equivalent to being outside in a sense, and they're all sitting away apart from each other. But that's not good enough. They want to shut them all down. The governments have really had churches in their sights for an awful long time, especially Christian churches. You know, definitely, no doubt about it. They've been quite vocal about that for a long, long time. And they're doing the same in the States too, I believe. At least in the States, they might get some folk to say no way, you know, hopefully, but there you go. You understand, when there's nothing else to stand up for except to do what your state tells you, it's all over. You're under complete tyranny, absolute horrendous tyranny. That's what they had in the Soviet system all that time, utter tyranny. You did what you were told, or else. Everybody was scared. It wasn't living, it was existing. And folk didn't even want to look at each other in the streets passing. You know, they ever looked somber and a bit suspicious, and you know, it was that bad. And East Germany was so bad with the Stasi, which they're using that technique now with the contact tracers, by the way. It's just incredible watching all this being pushed out once again with different names for the same things. But the Stasi literally spied on everybody. They had over 500,000, almost 1 million people paid to spy on other people, and countless assets, because they'd threatened folk if they didn't help them and become informers, they would pick them up or somebody in their family and put them in prison. This was horrific. Well, this is the system you go into when there's no religion to stand up for. Religion will bind folk together, and they will stand up and say, get off our backs, you know. That's what they don't want. So when you don't even have that to fall back on, you've got nothing, you see. You certainly, in this age, you can't argue science with them when they're using science to justify their tyrannical agendas. You can go into their playing field and debate to statistics and so on. Of course you won't. Because they fudge it all. I hope you understand, you've never really seen a free society. You've never really been in one. You had degrees of freedom, but you're losing the last few degrees of that. Carol Quigley, again the professor, who trained people for the U.S. State Department and to go across the world and and bring in this world order of commerce and at that time US domination over it. And at the same time bring everybody into a global type structure. I mentioned before, the US, I said this back in the 90s, the US is financing all of this through its tax money and its State Department. For the few that really run and rule the US at the top, will bring the whole world into the system and so take it all down. And then eventually when the US has done it all, then they'll collapse the US into the system which it created. That is the plan. And you're seeing that latter part happening now, where it is folding up into the system that it created and forced upon the rest of the world for a long time. Agendas that you don't even understand. And agendas that were often had nothing to do with the interests of Americans back home. And often for outsiders' interests. We all know this. Anyway, here we are, and as I say, we're going through it all now, and folk will never ain't quite got this through their heads yet, that what's really happening right now. Now it's the global agenda for a world-type corporate government run by professional CEOs at the top and corporations on behalf of the richest folk on the planet, and academia all serving them to manage our lives from birth to death, every individual. A number, the whole lot. And that's it too. We've all got numbers, don't we? Our sin numbers, social insurance numbers, our sin numbers are born in sin, right? They love to mock you. They certainly do. And folk don't even know what's happening. And there's another article from The Guardian. It says the strange case of Australia's 10 million COVID-19 tests and how Andrew Forrest's coup fell flat. What seemed a good news story became complicated as details emerged about the $190 million COVID-19 tests and the company that made them. It's quite the usual kind of scam that went on. Big money, taxpayers' money naturally. And then it says that Andrew Forrest had used his Chinese connections to help secure a remarkable quantity of diagnostic equipment for Australia. Even all these tests, mind you, are the same type tests that have been proven useless. Doesn't make any difference when there's big profits to be made, eh? And how it all kind of fell flat and even expired. They only lasted a few months, the shelf life of these particular testing kits and so on. But it's amazing, they never get their hands slapped for throwing, billions. Well, it didn't go out the window, because billions would end up, or millions definitely, within the pockets of the folk involved. So it was profitable for them. But I'll put this article up here. And also I'll put an article up, if I can find it later, on Australia as well, on their particular system of tracking and tracing everybody as well. It's quite something. All countries are doing the same agenda. Again, this is all planned before this happened, folks. We exist to get fleeced by the companies that plan all these things way in advance. We really do. Monitored from birth to death. You can't move without getting monitored. This article too is by Whitney Webb, who's done a lot of good articles. But this one here is about all roads lead to dark winter. It says leaders of two controversial pandemic simulations that took place just months before the coronavirus cases, a crisis event 201 and Crimson Contagion, share common history. The 2001 biowarfare simulation Dark Winter not only predicted the 2001 anthrax attacks that happened after the 9/11 towers, but some of its participants had clear foreknowledge of those attacks. And it's quite a good article for those who want to go through it. And how it was just astonishing too. I remember all this stuff, and I get a lot of the information, because I knew a lot would disappear over time. And then certainly the memory hole, Orwell's memory hole, is definitely working overtime on the internet and the World Wide Web, the WWW 666. But there you go. And it says that in addition to missing samples of anthrax, this is what happened when it all happened with the Fort Detrick and so on, Maryland specimens of highly contagious and deadly pathogens that had just disappeared and so on, including anthrax and Ebola, had disappeared from the lab at a time when lab workers and rival scientists had been accused of targeted sexual and ethnic harassments, and several disgruntled researchers had left as a result. In addition to missing samples of anthrax, Ebola hantavirus, and a variant of AIDS, interesting, a variant of AIDS, 2 of the missing specimens had been labelled unknown, an army euphemism for classified research whose subject was secret. According to reports, the vast majority of the specimens lost were never found, and an army spokesperson would later claim it was likely some were simply thrown out with the trash. And it's quite interesting article. It's in Fort Detrick, of course, and including what happened as well. How you wouldn't believe too how Mr. Fauci's got his hand in everything as well, including Fort Detrick and so on. It's just astonishing. It's a small world for those that are put in charge of big areas of it. But this article is quite interesting too, and how other players in Dark Winter are now, this is from quite some years back, right? But they're now working, some of these players from Dark Winter are key drivers behind the biodefense mass surveillance programs currently being promoted as a technological solution to COVID-19 spread, despite evidence that such programs actually worsen pandemic outbreaks. Definitely what they do, as I've mentioned in the previous articles, is kill a lot of patients off by the response. And others have close connections to the insider trading that recently occurred amongst a select group of US senators regarding the economic impact of COVID-19, and are set to personally profit from lucrative contracts to develop not just one but the majority of experimental COVID-19 treatments and vaccines currently under development by US companies. It's quite a good little article for those who want to go through it and so on. You understand? And don't ever. I even heard Fauci mention something when he was questioned about his constantly contradicting himself with what he's demanding. You know, like don't wear masks, then now you must wear masks, and he can reconcile the 2 statements, you know, regardless. But he mentioned in his response about people who put out conspiracy theories. Well, it's about time we put things together. These are not conspiracy theories. You know, we're supposed to believe in coincidence theories all the time? All the time? Huh? I don't think so. No. Detective work, and every detective story, and every real detective knows, you put things together to lead you to conclusions. You don't say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory detective, so-and-so. You see? That's how it's done. And we're fed up with the CIA comeback of conspiracy theories that they came out with about JFK getting shot and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory that there's more than one gunman or whatever it happens to be, you know. The CIA came out with that, and they've never given up on it. It's awfully good, mind you. It shuts most folk up. Well, it's a conspiracy theory. You're supposed to blush if they say that to you, you know. It's like calling you a Nazi or something. You're supposed to blush and shut up. It's a communist technique, actually, to shut you up, to stop any debate on anything. Florida man who died in a motorcycle wreck labelled as COVID-19 death by the state. There you go. And it goes into how they're being inflated, all the coronavirus death counts, and by how much and so on. And it says Fox 35 did an investigation where they talked to Orange County Health Officer Dr. Rollo Pino about 2 deaths of people in their 20s that were labelled coronaviruses. It says when they asked if the people who died had underlying conditions, Pino responded the first one didn't have any. He died in a motorcycle accident. When he was asked about whether or not the motorcycle victim's data was removed from the state's COVID system, he responded, I don't think so. I have to double check. We were arguing, discussing, or trying to argue with the state, not because of the numbers. It's 100. It doesn't make any difference if it's 99, but the fact that the individual didn't die from COVID-19, died in a crash. But you could actually argue that it could have been the COVID-19 that caused him to crash. I see how the games that they play. This seems to stand at odds with how the Florida Department of Health explained how they were reporting COVID deaths. The state had told Fox a COVID death is determined if COVID-19 is listed as immediate or underlying cause of death, or listed as one of the significant conditions contributing to death, or if there is a confirmed COVID-19 infection from a lab test, and the cause of death doesn't meet exclusion criteria like trauma, suicide, homicide, overdose, motor vehicle accident, etc. The only thing I can say to people is that the data I provide you with is the data we consume from the state. We offer you the best data that we have. Pino concluded, copping out, meaning sidestepping any further questions. So yeah, there you go. Everybody's dying of COVID, you see, no matter what happens. See? And of course, we all know that Donald Trump's, whether it's real or not, we don't know. He's got a little spat going on with Dr. Fauci, despite his own White House aides calling him Dr. Fawcett. This is from the Daily Mail, I think it is it? Yeah, Daily Mail. And Dr. Fawcett and distribute list of medical experts' supposed mistakes, it says. And but that's what the folk around Fauci call him, Dr. Fawcett, because whenever he appears, he goes and he starts performing and just spouts off the same stuff. I guess that's what the word spouts, right? A Fawcett. And you know what he's going to say? Oh, that's terrible. I should all shut everything down. Oh, yeah, just close everything down. Stay in your homes, do your told. Blah, blah. But folk are really fed up with this. But again, Fauci's got a big role to play. And pre-planned, of course. And, yep. He's got a finger in every pie, and he's got a finger in every pie, I think, that's going to definitely materially profit, incredibly so, from all of this as well, mind you. They always reward the implementers of the big agenda awfully well, don't they? It says the clown cars are fully loaded, this is another article, and Dr. Fauci's is leading the parade. Yesterday he uttered the following incoherent babble, saying the recent surge in new cases is because the virus patrol didn't go far enough in throwing 50 million Americans out of work. We did not shut down entirely, Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, said. We need to draw back a few yards and say, okay, we can't stay shut down forever. You've got to shut down, but then you've got to gradually open. Got that? What does this pretentious old windbag think? That the blooming buzzing mass of $21 trillion economy can be calibrated up and down by the week via some magical dimmer switch? Never mind, because he was then on to this preposterous comparison. Fauci also said he expects the public to compare the COVID-19 pandemic, this is what you said, to the 1918 pandemic flu. But that flu killed 50 million people, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Well, it so happens that the U.S. death rate from the Spanish flu was 655 per 100,000 persons. That's 675,000 deaths in a population of 103 million. That's obviously orders of magnitudes larger than the 39 per 100,000 deaths to date from the COVID. And as I've said before from these other articles, on the average statistical death rate, what we've got right now is pretty well normal, except that little spike when they started to terrify the public and everybody, all the workers fled to old age nursing homes. But everybody's fed up with Fauci, there's no doubt about it. But again, he's the front man for a big agenda. And he's got his fingers, you understand, this guy literally has got to be CIA, at the very least. Because he's in charge of biolabs. These biolabs are we just alter viruses to make them killers in case it ever went that way by itself. You know, we tweak them and to be bigger killers, so that we're ready for them if it ever breaks out. This is their excuse for the biolabs are warfare labs, making deadly viruses out of things which are harmless, generally. Gain of function, they call it. And that's why the military and the Pentagon is completely interwoven with Fauci. And the CIA is too, and Fauci's also into Fort Detrick. He's got a big say in Fort Detrick. He's got a big say as well in the cancer virus agenda as well. You know, once the huge money goes into all these things, because of course the military was involved in doing tests to see if they could create cancers using viruses. Yeah? Some of them we know that we can. But he's got a finger in every pie. Just astonishing. And here he is on TV every day terrifying the public and telling them what to do like some, Mussolini. Just astonishing. El Duce. You can't believe it. I mean, really, huh? And all the fudge statistics and all the rest of it, and we're supposed to all go into poverty and shut entire world economies down here for a new system, a new reset into poverty. No, that's bigger than just a guy in charge of some medical opinions. Enforcing compliance with COVID-19 pandemic restrictions, psychological aspects of a national security threat. Okay. And goes on to many commentators and national leaders around the world beginning to recognize it as a genuine national security threat. In human behavior terms, however, the threat is not from an external enemy, but from citizens who refuse to comply with guidelines and instructions and fail to change their behavior to adapt to the developing situation. With the coronavirus, an individual refusing to comply is an active and ongoing threat to others, as well as sometimes more to themselves. And where does this come from? Where do you think this comes from, eh? Any idea where it comes from? This one here is actually from Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs. Look at this. Underneath it says, the Israeli security, regional diplomacy, and international law. Well, this guy should learn some diplomacy here when he's telling them that folk are going to be a threat. They're a threat, you see. And he says the obvious threats are to the outright refusers. From a psychological perspective, these are people who are either oppositional in their attitude or in denial regarding the effects of the refusal. While the former understands that by intentionally violating guidelines they're creating a risk for others, the latter deny it, at times adopting an "it won't happen to me" attitude. And he goes on and on and on. This guy, I mean, you can see the ones who want the uniforms, and can mandate and scream orders over the masses. But from Israel too, there's other awfully good articles from professionals who come out and saying this is all bogus, and literally saying the same thing. It's the terror and fear that's been causing the terrible fallout from all this, and not giving them the proper treatments, which are well understood, by the way. Quite some, eh? But yeah, some people literally can see they're all on board with, and I don't know if this guy too, I don't know if he's going to any say at all. And because a lot of the characters who are pushing this stuff have got involvement in the security bracelets, as they call them, which were developed for prisoners, by the way. I think Israel has a company that does that too and sells them to the world, electronic bracelets, and that's what they wanted to use in Canada for all us people who don't have cell phones and who might not want to go along with things, so that you can't leave your home, etc. You'd be like a prisoner because you won't conform and obey der Führer, you see. So there you go. A face mask mandate by the UK government specifically say they don't protect against COVID-19. I mentioned one like that before already, so I'll put that up again. And Fauci is sidelined by the White House as he steps up the blunt talk on pandemic, and says that for months Fauci has played a lead role in America's coronavirus pandemic as a diminutive, Brooklyn-accented narrator who has assessed the risk and issued increasingly blunt warnings as the nation's response has gone badly awry. But as the Trump administration has strayed from the advice of many of its scientists and public health experts, the White House has moved to sideline Fauci, scuttled some of his planned TV appearances, and largely kept him out of the Oval Office for more than a month. Well, that's the way you're supposed to do. Don't let him in. If you don't have to leave your home or a room without it, don't do it. Just stay there. So it goes on about this spat between the two of them, basically. And you won't get anything for Trump to back him up anyway. None of the media is going to back up Trump on anything, even though he seems to be all over the roadmap. True, and that is true. He's all over the place. But after all, if he would just stay out of foreign wars, he would get a lot of backing from the general public, not from the military maybe. Some of the generals are so compromised themselves. in the military-industrial complex, that's a problem in itself too. And it says, as for Fauci himself, although he is frustrated by the turmoil and the state of the outbreak, friends say he has no plans to abandon his post, which includes a critical role in the development of a coronavirus vaccine and treatments. Well, he's been on board for a vaccine from the beginning, regardless of your own immune system working. There's a different agenda here, obviously, maybe a few agendas, apart from just the profit motive, but you don't rush these things through. And folks should not be forced to take something, especially when they've already got antibodies to the actual problem. Now here you go too. Now here you go. This is awfully good. The articles to do with psychology. See, psychology is a big part of what runs your lives, and you don't even know it. Most folk don't know it because they don't come out and say, "Oh, by the way, we're giving you new thoughts and ideas, and we're altering your behaviour." And that's what I wanted to really finish up with tonight. Some of these articles to show you what's happening. It's a massive business. See, controlling us all and manipulating our thoughts and our minds to get uniform opinions prevalent throughout society. You get all these specialists that live off our tax money. They get grants thrown at them all the time. They live awfully well, these master manipulators. The kind that Bernays said, those who run the country or the world are an invisible government. You don't know they exist or they're there, but they're doing it. They're pulling strings and you jump and dance like puppets. So here you have psychology today. And again, all these universities are heavily subsidized by taxpayers' money to create the chains that enchain and enslave our minds. And they pay I see these people as traitors to humanity, the people who profit off manipulating us. What's wrong with plain old truth and facts? Well, you can't have that. Oh, no way. No, you do it quietly and like bandits in a sense. So here you go, this article here. So the COVID crisis throws into relief what happens when grief has quite literally nowhere to go. The evidence suggests that most people summon strengths to surpass their own expectations. And now and they go through narcissism, and some folk are narcissists and so on. Psychological distress amongst transgender individuals. I guess that's extra cash. They've got their hands out for all. Just give us more money and we'll study this and we'll study that and so on. Incredibly. And 5 ways to make new friends when you're stuck at home. You won't make real friends when you're stuck at home. You know. Erasing memories might be difficult after all. You know how they put viruses in the brains of people for PTSD? Remember that one? Remember that one for the military? This is all from psychologists and so on, and people who right into your brain. I guess that's a step up from just getting a little scalpel, drilling a hole in there, and the frontal cortex, and going to the temples and just cutting it a wee bit here and there. So the COVID-19 pandemic has brought tragedy and hardship to many people, but it's also opened up opportunities. They always go the same way, these characters, for behavioral scientists to advance their understanding of behavior change. Yeah? So that's their whole purpose, is to change your behavior. Not to help you, but change your behavior. In a recent BBC article, Mark Easton writes, the behavioural science that forms part of the government's thinking on the lockdown warned before the restrictions came in that people would struggle to stick to the rules for prolonged periods. However, experts have been struck by how compliant the British public have remained. Why has been no evidence of the behavioural fatigue that some people were initially worried about? I mean, all their lives, like they said that at the time, they would terrify the public. That would cause incredible fatigue too, as well as behavioural change that was getting forced upon them. So what happened to it all? When it comes to behaviour, good or bad, there's rarely an easy answer. Compliance is undoubtedly due to a combination of variables, including the high risks involved for both individuals and society, meaning terror campaign. I read articles too, remember, that they handed out to the press telling them to increase tension and fear amongst the public for reporters, right? So there you go. Yeah, a combination of variables, no kidding, In terms of the spectrum of concepts and tools, behavioral scientists have identified social factors may well be the most important dimension in explaining behavioral compliance during the current pandemic. I was reminded of a literature review related to hand hygiene that I wrote a few years ago, which prominently featured social factors especially in healthcare settings. My report highlighted research and initiatives drawing on the power of social influence by role models, peers, and patients. Right? It also mentioned the mobilizing of social norms and social comparison, the power of observation and personal feedback, as well as using commitment devices. This is all the psychobabble yap, you see. And that's why the only folk that you thought had COVID initially were celebrities. They're all getting paid to say that they had it. Oh, yeah. The folk that you'd heard about, famous folk, not as ordinary people that you don't know about, but the famous people. That means it must be prevalent if they got it. With all their wealth and money and big estates and stuff, Yeah, so there you go. So role models, that's what they use to influence you, And mobilizing social norms and social comparison, power of observation and personal feedback, and commitment devices in terms of role model effects. For example, one study found that hospital workers were less likely to wash their hands if a peer or higher-ranking person who did not engage in hand hygiene was in the room with them, right? And there's all the links to it, all the studies, the links for the studies. Research conducted in university restrooms. What do you mean? I didn't there start watching folk. I guess that's what they're talking about. Peer studies. But it says that it found that female students were more likely to wash their hands when others were present in the restroom, 91%, than when they were alone. Only 55% complied. In hospital context, a study on hand washing showed that baseline hand hygiene rates were greater in high visibility areas located near nurses' offices, that's 45%, than low visibility rooms, 29%. Even they are getting studied, you see. Another hospital-based study measured hand hygiene compliance during periods in which they were either aware or unaware of being observed. Why don't they do the study on this? I've said that they're picking away at the mask in front of their nose, the wet part where their breast goes through. Why don't they do studies on that to see how bad it is for spreading everything? But no, they're not getting paid to do that, right? It says elsewhere, the IC unit observed staff for several weeks via video. Workers were informed about the cameras installed to monitor hand hygiene, but were not given performance feedback. During the time, hand hygiene compliance rates were below 10%. In a following up period, during which the hospital workers received emails and hallway scoreboards with information about compliance rates, the rate rose to above 80%. And now listen to the powerful impact. We always know this, is like they just discovered it, right? Of peer pressure and social norms has also been demonstrated by research comparing the effectiveness of different types of messages in an English highway service station restroom. These pervs should be, we deal with these characters who are, oh, whoa. Results showed that some messages worked better on women than men. But one message performed well for both genders. The normative statement is the person next to you washing with soap. Compared to a control condition, this message resulted in 12% relative increase in hand-washing ratio among men and 11% increase amongst women. The power of social influence was further evident when the researchers included data about restroom busyness. Effective messages became even more effective during busy periods. And they go on and on talking about to remind healthcare workers and all the different tests that they put out there to get them to comply and do what they're told to do, etc., etc. Behavioral science is sometimes accused of an excessive focus on what people get wrong. See, you can only get things wrong if you're not doing what they want you to do. You understand that? Right? Behavioral science is about controlling people on behalf of those who run the system. Do you understand that? So he goes on, as we analyze people's behaviors during COVID-19 pandemic, let's also continue asking why and how people have been getting it right. Oh, there you are. Another study. They'll give me their $1 million. Don't do that study too. And It's just incredible. Again, is it the SAGE organization, that subcontracted it to along with the groups that do behavioral insights and insights teams and so on. They manipulate your thoughts online, by the way, in real time. I've done the shows on that too. So there's nothing you do online that's not prompting you and trying to push you in their direction, you see. And change your behaviour. But literally, what the government's been working with them all to get you to comply with a whole bunch of things that you're not even aware of yet. Using social and behavioural science to support COVID-19 pandemic response. That's from Human Nature Perspectives. And it goes on to talk about some COVID-19 pandemic represents a massive global health crisis. Well, that's your statement off the bat. Is it really? Is it really a massive global health crisis? Is it? But there's your fear impact on the first line, right? Because the crisis requires large-scale behaviour change. There you go. That's the whole point, is large-scale behaviour change, and places significant psychological burden on individuals. Insights from social and behavioural sciences can be used to help align human behaviour with the recommendations of epidemiologists and public health experts. Experts, Bertrand Russell. Experts will train the public that they can't do anything without the advice of an expert. There you go. It's all happened long ago. Here we discuss evidence from a selection of research topics relevant to pandemics, including work on navigating threats, social and cultural influences on behaviour, science communication, moral decision-making, leadership, and stress and coping. In each section, we note the nature and quality of prior research, including uncertainty and unsettled issues. We identify several insights for effective response to the COVID-19 pandemic and highlight important gaps researchers should move quickly to fill in the coming weeks and months. So they start off with a history that they're given, starting off in December, I think it was, 2019. And it says that social and behavioural sciences can provide valuable insights for managing the pandemic and its impact. We discuss topics that are broadly relevant to numerous stages of the current pandemic to help policymakers, leaders, and the public better understand how to manage threats and so on. And how to, again, navigate their cultural context and so on. A lot of babble. They pad these things tremendously to try to justify the incredible cash rewards they're getting. And it says here, and then they wouldn't tell you that due to space constraints, the paper provides a brief summary of each topic. Well, maybe they should get on with it. And they got about topics such as hand washing, face touching, and self-isolation. And research on these topics is ongoing. In many cases, far from settled. They'll need multiple studies and more grants, and they live on grants. And actually, they can retire in a few years, 1 or 2 years of this nonsense, right from university if they get their hands out all the time for grants. And let me see now here. Field experiments and stuff and all. So historically, infectious diseases have been responsible for the greatest human death tolls. Not really. The murder by the state has often been part of it, really, when you think about it. And they're going about, for example, the bubonic plague killed approximately 25% of the European population. Well, that's not quite absolutely accurate, And especially when you didn't have folk doing census reports then in population studies and early Middle Ages. But let's not stop throwing a spanner in the wrench here. That really annoys them, that kind of thing. So here you have it here. For policymakers, a shared sense of identity or purpose can be encouraged by addressing the public in collective terms, not individual, you see, but collective, and by urging to act together for the common good, you see, for us all to act for the common good, right? But not, so use collective terms, we and us, and we're all in it together. Identifying sources, for example, religious or community leaders that are credible to different audiences to share public health messages can be effective. So that's Bernays again. Bernays says don't bother starting an organization up. Use existing organizations, go for the leaders and get them to push out your message. And that's what they do. Right? Leaders in the media might try to promote cooperative behaviour by emphasising that cooperating is the right thing to do and that other people are already cooperating. Well, you might all shave your heads, and to stop the viruses hiding in it or something. So if they all did that, would you have to go along with it, right? Promote cooperative behaviour. No, that's obedient behaviour. A big difference, you see. If you're obedient to something, you better be absolutely dead on your facts here. Norms of pro-social behaviour. What I mean pro-social? That means that what they want is pro-social. What they don't want is anti-social. So anything that's individualistic, and say, I'm not going along with that, is anti-social. So norms of pro-social behaviour are more effective when coupled with the expectation of social approval. See, they do approval and disapproval. Right? And modelled by in-group members who are central in social networks. Leaders and members of the media should highlight bipartisan support for COVID-related measures when they exist, as such endorsements in other contexts have reduced polarization and led to less biased reasoning. There you go. There's a need for more targeted public health information within marginalized communities and for partnerships between public health authorities and trusted organizations that are intended to do these to do these communities that are internal to these communities. So there you go. It's partnerships, public and private, public, and for health authorities. The health authorities used to be called health services. A service is something you could say, I want it, or I don't want it. Thank you for your service. No, I don't want your service. Or now they're authorities. Folk adapt to the changes without. Wait a minute, where did this change from a service to an authority? See, with police forces, they used to be called police services, you see, then became forces. Where before that, forces were really reserved for the military, because they force actions, you see, you use force. But folk don't really think when it all changes. Well, it's characters like this I'm reading here, they help to change it all for you without you even noticing. You just go along with it. Anyway, it says, so there you go. So highlight the prospect of social group approval and tend to be persuasive. We're all in together and goody-goody, you're nice, and you're doing awfully well. Social approval and disapproval. Oh, I don't like what you're doing. It's not good for society, That's disapproval, you see. Given the importance of slowing infections, it may be helpful to make people aware that they benefit from others' access to preventative measures, it says. Preparing people for misinformation, see, and ensuring that they have accurate information and counter-arguments against false information before they encounter conspiracy theories, fake news, or other forms of misinformation can help inoculate them against false information. So get the people ready so that they'll laugh and say, you're one of the conspiracy theorists, aren't you, for saying that it's not as bad as they make out to be. There you go. Here is, you see, it's all, this is psychology, operative psychology. And these characters are getting paid to manipulate society on behalf of the masters that pay them. Use of the term social distancing might imply that one needs to cut off meaningful interactions. A preferable term is physical distancing because it allows for the fact that social connection is possible even when people are physically separated. Can you imagine them getting paid for this? Can you believe this? Now, one of the central emotional responses during a pandemic is fear. Humans, like other animals, that's why you got your religion out, the way they can say that you're an animal, possess a set of defensive systems for combating ecological threats. Negative emotions resulting from the threat can be contagious. That's what I'm saying too. When they start freaking out in stores and so on, behind the counters, because they're terrified of the customers, who each one obviously is bringing contagion to them. When they start, that fear that they emit spreads to the folk they're emitting it to. And fear can make threats appear more imminent. A meta-analysis found that targeting fears can be useful in some situations, but not others. Appealing to fear leads people to change their behavior if they feel capable of dealing with the threat, but leads to defensive reactions when they feel helpless to act. The results suggest that strong fear appeals produce the greatest behavior change only when people feel a sense of efficacy, whereas a strong fear appeals with low efficacy messages produce the greatest levels of defensive responses. And here's when it doesn't make any sense to you, you're going to have defensive responses. And then sound health decisions depend on accurate perceptions of the cost and benefits of certain choices for oneself and for society. Emotions often drive risk perceptions, sometimes more so than factual information. See, the normal animals at the bottom there just run on emotion, you see. An emotional response to a risky situation can influence thinking in two stages. First, the emotional quality, for example, positive versus negative, focuses people on congruent information. For example, negative information when feeling negative. Boy, this person's a genius, eh? Negative when feeling negative. Wow. That information, rather than the feeling itself, is then used to guide judgment as a second stage. I cannot stand these incredible the folk who get paid to manipulate on behalf of the masters, right down to teaching people that they wouldn't even know they're being taught, actually, through very careful suggestion, to turn on the folk and call them conspiracy theorists if they don't agree with what's being done. Huh? Think about that, folks. Eh? These conspiracy theories can have harmful consequences. It says, for example, belief in conspiracy theories has been linked to vaccine hesitancy and climate denial, extremist political views, and prejudice. COVID-19 conspiracy theories may be simply problematic. For instance, people who believe that alternative remedies can help them fight off the virus may be less likely to follow health officials' advice and instead opt for less effective at best or lethal at worst alternatives. Some evidence suggests that giving people factual information before exposure to conspiracy theories can reduce conspiracy theory beliefs. And this strategy might work in efforts to combat conspiracy theories relevant to the current pandemic. And they've got another paragraph below called Fake News and Misinformation. Mind you, again, on the actual event 201, they went through all this too, right down to the fake news and how they would deal with the fake news and folk who wouldn't comply and all that. This is all old stuff, really. But this is a long article here. And, well, not really long, but I'm sure that we all paid for it too. But this is the characters that manipulate, right down to teaching the people to actually hate and turn on the folk who have different perspectives on what's actually happening and can back it up with other facts, you see. They're teaching the people to turn on them immediately unless they're going along with from the so-called official sources. The same sources, mind you, that tell you wear a mask, then tell you not to wear a mask, then fine you if you don't wear a mask, etc., etc. The same sources that tell you that in the summer it was okay to be 3 feet apart in Britain, and that'd be okay, and all that. The same sources that said it was okay for big demonstrations to be shoulder to shoulder, and protest marches and so on, and even riots in some cases. And that was okay, you see, because they weren't bad people at all for doing that, or they weren't endangering other people, but everybody else is endangering them if you get too close. I mean, this is absolute nonsense, as you know. Absolute nonsense. But paying people who specialize in manipulating others, they're psychopaths, really. You see that you get taught psychopathic techniques in their courses and how to manipulate, because that's what a psychopath does. They get through life by manipulating other people into behaving the way that they want them to behave for the psychopath's good, you see. So that's what these folk are, these behaviorists. And the eugenicists too. If you're going to the old ones in Watson and the different ones that we're doing different experiments as well. They're all eugenicists, superior and inferior types and all the rest of it, And back to what I said near the beginning, Canada's first mass murder. Ontario police killed a 73-year-old man after he refused to comply with a local mandate. I'll put that one up again too. It's two different articles about the same guy, And then I'll also do this one here. A young woman, you probably saw it. I don't know if you saw the article, maybe last week. It was, who was Jessica Dottie Whittaker, the woman shot and killed for saying all lives matter. She was fatally shot in the head, actually. She was shot earlier this month following an argument with 4 men and a woman about Black Lives Matter. Because I think it was a 4th of July event she was at, I think. And as she was leaving it, a group were passing her and said that Black Lives Matter, and she just replied that all lives matter. That started the argument. And a man who was with her, called Ramirez, said one man pulled a gun during the racial charge argument, and then he did the same. The two sides managed to talk things over and go their separate ways. But then when she went under an underpass or something, she was walking, shots rang out and she was shot in the head. Just killed, murdered. Yep, there you go. That'll probably never see the light of day in the present climate of things. It's just being ignored, of course. All these things are getting put down as just protests. Remember that all the communist protests of the past ages always end up in purges, utter slaughters. I hope you understand this. The ones at the top certainly do, and they seem to be allowing it to happen. But I've said everything happens at the top on behalf of the elite. And if the elite didn't want this to happen, a socialistic system, then it wouldn't happen. It will be more efficient for running the system on behalf of the controllers at the top, or the owners of it all. Because you can get things done fast and efficiently, because folk are terrified to simply obey in that kind of system. And so you get further progress, as they call it, into the future plans to see where you want to take the world. And that's what they want at this particular moment. After that, who knows what they'll do. They'll definitely eliminate the ones that helped it to happen. That's what happens as well. But it's interesting to watch the authorities at the top stand off and allowing it all to happen. Another article, the social psychology of crisis. Why are people hoarding toilet paper during the coronavirus outbreak? It takes restraint to revisit our instincts in the face of social dilemmas. Johns Hopkins, naturally, expert says. Expert, to say expert, that's it. It's like high priest, eh? Yeah. So while restaurants in 6 states are offering free toilet paper to those in need, in response to the barren toilet paper shelves in many local grocery stores, USA Today reports that a police department in Newport, Oregon, issued an urgent request for residents to stop calling 911 when they run out of toilet paper. You will survive without our assistance, the department stated. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports young people are continuing to travel despite restrictions. And yeah, they're getting offered all these very cheap air flights and so on, right? By the companies that are struggling to survive. A lot more wonder, of course, that is the agenda too. Yeah. It says, this outbreak is a classical example of a social dilemma, says Stephen Brigotas, teaching professor and co-director of undergraduate studies in the Department of Psychological and Brain Science at Johns Hopkins. Expert in social psychology, and he says he'll likely draw from these news reports for material to include in his introductory course. And they go on and on and on. But we're the most studied creature on the planet. I've said that for 30 odd years. We truly are. And how they can actually use other groups to conform to everything against the others. That's part of it too. They actually start that off in school with the group courses they take for groupthink, where they don't want to encourage individuality. They want groupthink. They want conformity of opinions, you see. It's very important now And there are ways to do it, and have toolkits for teachers, so that if Johnny or Julie doesn't want to conform to the rest, they're kind of shunned to an extent. And because of peer pressure, they want to have pals and friends and so on. They eventually just give in and say, okay, then I agree with that point of view, just to get along. And that's how you learn to subdue your own individuality and belong to the group thing, the authorized group think, you see. This is what it's all about. So this article here now is the Texas coronavirus numbers show COVID-19 is less lethal than the last 2 flu seasons. And this is from the Texas Department of Health released numbers. And so it's official stuff from the Department of Health. It doesn't make any difference. Let's call it conspiracy theory, when you say it, but not when they say it. It's quite something, eh? And then using social and behavioral science to support COVID-19 pandemic response. Another study, right? And there's countless studies to do with it, and how they get you all to conform and go along with it and so on. So I'll put these ones up just to show you. As I say, back to the gangs of New York, where you can get one half of the public to kill the other half, if you know how to manipulate them, and maybe pay them here, there, and there too. But it's the same thing too. Under the groupthink, you see, you can use the rest of the group or the class to shame the other person, to make them feel ashamed of their point of view. And that's what they're doing with the psychological responses in society. Right now, right down to, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, or you won't comply on something, oh, shame them publicly. Well, when you start shaming adults publicly, you're not in any kind of democracy anymore, folks. I hope you understand that. I remember doing an article years ago when they were putting in big screens inside shopping malls, and if they saw a person dropping a piece of paper, even inadvertently falling in their pocket, they'd say, yeah, you, and this big face would point down to you with a finger, and then your face would come on the screen, and they'd all see you, and you'd turn bright red. This was a public shaming. They were doing psychological experiments with them too, which they're using now today, of course. And eventually, if you don't comply and jump when someone's freaking out behind a checkout counter, you'll see your face eventually come up on the screen, and you'll be the bad person, and everybody will say, "Oh, do what you're told, be like the rest of us." This is their whole system. They're ramming it through under the guise of COVID, COVID emergency. Something that most folk don't even know they've had. Another good article, by the way, was to do, just before I do get off, the White Helmets co-founder. Remember the White Helmets that were over in Syria? And you used to see them with their helmets on, and then you see them taking them off and grabbing their rifles and their weapons, and it was well not understood by the people who were over there that it was an army. It was merely a stunt kind of thing that was going on, but they were getting lots and lots of cash to help fund parts of this Al Qaeda ISIS ICE as it kept changing its name. That was to try to take down Syria, you see, and they kept calling it a civil war. It wasn't a civil war. It was all outsiders that were brought in. But one of the guys that founded the White Helmets organization, who was part of the British military at one point, James Missouri, his name was, he was found dead. As we know, he jumped from a window or something. It was never been cleared what happened. But and he said he committed suicide. I very much doubt that. He jumped from a 4-story building. But it now turns out he defrauded the rescue organization that he was a co-founder in setting up, Mayday Rescue. It says here the organization fundraised from Western countries to support an anti-government rescue group in Syria. And RT News quotes a report via Dutch newspaper De Volkskrant, who said Le Mesurier informed an accountant during an audit that he forged receipts for tens of thousands of dollars At the time, he listed the funds as line items to support efforts to evacuations for refugees in war-torn Syria, though the money was actually expenses for his lavish 2018 wedding. He was paid a generous salary of €24,000 a month. I'd say that was pretty generous for a charity, right? It was noted that he issued loans to his wife, former diplomat Emma Winberg, using funds from the organization. Tens of thousands of dollars, he says, went in his pocket and so on, and partly for his fairy tale wedding as well. But it said a Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs 2018 report shows Mayday received $127 million from mostly Western state donors between 2014 and 18. And he was one of the ones who helped promote the idea of first responders to emergencies in Syria. The group has been accused of staging multiple chemical attacks, and we saw them to some of the children that were involved in the videos came out afterwards and saying they were paid to pretend and so on. It's just astonishing what went on. And it was used as a pretext to bomb the Syrian government facilities and base. It's an intelligence agency at work there, you know. That's really why it was done. Another one too is COVID, a digital health passport. I'll put that one up too. And I think this might be the one. I'm not sure if this is the one for Australia. I'll put these links regardless up tonight. And once it's all prearranged, who's getting them and all the rest of it. But VSTE is currently using to work with the United Nations, it says here in this article here, for this COVID passports, health passport, consumer facing, etc. It's not just health, it's everything, folks. You know that too, don't you? For the entire future of the mankind forever. That's what it's about. And it's called V-Code, One Code, Infinite Possibilities, Medical Details, Dental Records, ICE Details, Crypto Wallet, Education Details, Payment Methods, Loyalty Schemes, Event Tickets, Travel Tickets, Passport, National ID, and Contact Details, Work ID. Everything about you will be on this thing here at VST Enterprises. And I'll put this stuff up tonight. I know that's the one they're going to use for Australia. But I've got the stuff from every other country too, and what they're going to use as well. It's all been pre-planned, obviously, including the companies that would get it, rather obviously too. Again, France arson suspected major fire at Nantes Cathedral, as I've mentioned before. They really do hate religion. They really, really do, and the past. The past is the past, folks. You know, absolutely. Completely past. And you understand, too, your ancestors might not have seen it the way you've been taught to see it today. Ever thought about that? But also, these articles, good behaviour in COVID-19 pandemic. I'll put all these ones up for you to go over, because psychology is a big, big part of it. But imagine them teaching the public, I think, through TV and little clips and bits and pieces and television and so on, how to respond to anyone who gives you anything that's not just parroting the mainstream news. I mean, they're denying the public their chance to think for themselves by acquiring other information. And that's okay? Whoa. This is where it's all down to this stuff now, isn't it? Okay? Social and behavioural sciences, and that's something. Yep, we're well on our way, folks, as you all know. But, of course, if you don't think along the mainstream, what they're telling you think, even though it makes no sense what they're telling you, because they keep contradicting themselves, in fact, you're a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. I guess on the mainstream media, they're confusion theorists, because that's all you're getting is confusion. And, let's do another 50,000 tests tomorrow in this particular area, and guess what? They'll find so many thousands came back positive. Well, shouldn't that be a good thing if no one was sick? And they'll now get antibodies out of it. They'll be immune. That's what always was. That was a thing for celebrating in past years, for flus and things. But nope. Not good enough, you see. We've got this agenda, and nothing's going to change this agenda, come hell or high water. So there you go. Anyway, don't get all gloomy and doomy, and think for yourselves. That's one thing you got left. Even though they might call you conspiracy theorists, if you're thinking for yourself, don't worry about it. It might be a good club to belong to eventually, because it'll be the only factual thing left. And you've got to just start thinking for yourself and preparing for the worst. You always do that. Prepare for the worst as best you can, even with limited supplies or even resources. And get a few friends. Just stay pally with them. And make an agreement or make it an oath if you need to stand by each other, to help each other out. If things get really tough, and if one person can't go grocery shop, maybe someone else can. Things like that. Basic, simple, human necessities have to be got regardless of lockdowns and all that. And you can take turns and going out and doing the shopping if need be, or go out together and helping each other. Because this is what it's going to come down to. There's no doubt about it. They're going to make it as hard as possible to bring in the next phases of rationing, you see. And they want to get you off the country, for instance, into the crowded cities already. And so they can manage you better. They'll say it's for your own good, you see, during these terrible times. And it's unsustainable to be living in the country in the first place, you see. So it doesn't fall in with agenda for the 21st century and 2030 and all that. So we've got to accomplish all this by using another terror tactic. And here we go. Sad but true, folks. We're in a terrible, terrible place to be. But I've mentioned before, always remember, there's never been a generation, really, since the advent of authorized government, even if they authorized it themselves at the top, there's never been a time of prolonged peace for people living under tyrants and psychopaths. And when you get educated psychopaths working together in collective clubs and so on and parties, it can be a horror show. In bed with psychopaths in charge of corporations, that's true fascism. Mandating what they're going to do with you. So there you go. Take care of yourselves, and as I say, don't give up. Whatever you do, don't give up. And read some good books if you can. Still got some old ones to read, because that takes your mind off things. It helps your mind work better too when you can. Books can tend to draw pictures in your mind, so you've got to stop allowing them to give you the pictures. Everything's video now, and start using your own mind, because your thoughts are supposed to encompass thinking with the words and also envisaging pictures that are drafted up in your mind. Very important to use more of your brain all the time. From myself, Alan Watchman, Ontario, Canada, you take care, and it's good night. So may your God or your gods go with you.